motherfucker, I'm ill.
Welcome to the League of Legends.
Our first game is who again?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Malaysian half of the FIFA Online 3 Road to Korea. I'm Evil Sword, and I'm joined with my friend here, Leonard, and we're gonna have a lot of a good time tonight because we are trying to find out the best three Malaysian players yet again to represent the country in Korea for the international grand finals to be held later this year. We're gonna go through the matches list of matches we have here. We're gonna have 5 matches in total. First up, NIP Hanzo versus Freakazoid. We're gonna have that just in a moment's time actually. And after that, it's Police Team Junior versus Feed Me More. These two matches are actually, well, you can say they're the actual qualification matches because the winners of these two matches will qualify. So will be the representative of Team Malaysia. The losers, however, the loser of the first match, Hanzo versus Freakazoid, will face Old at 6 p.m. And the winner of that match will face the winner of the 7 p.m. match, who is Selangor Team Junior, against the loser of match number 2 between Police Team Junior and Feed Me More. And the winners of those two matches, number 3 and number 4, will face off in the final representative match at 8 p.m. to find out who is the third representative of Team Malaysia in the Korean Grand Finals. We're going to go straight into the first game here. NIP Hanzo at the home side, Zoid in the away side. Actually, Zoid's pretty much ready, but we're going to go through the lineups first here. Hanzo, 4-1-3-2 formation with Manuel Neuer in goal, Maicon as right back, Cambiaso left back, Sergio Ramos partners David Luiz in the centre back position, Michael Essien parked right in front of them in defensive midfield, Yaya Toure ahead of him at central midfield, Gareth Bale right midfielder, Ronaldinho actually deployed as a left winger here, and the two strikers Zlatan Ibrahimovic right behind Cristiano Ronaldo. Leo, any thoughts on Hanzo, knowing that he was actually one of Malaysia's representative in the previous tournament, the Road to Vietnam International Finals? Your thoughts on his route perhaps in this tournament here?
Well, I can't say I'm surprised from his gameplay. He's certainly been playing great so far. As we saw yesterday, going for a very strong midfield, he was often able to catch the ball, or should I say take the ball from his opponent long before his opponent could bring it within the 16-yard box. So I'm expecting a very good game from both these teams. Freakazoid as well showing us, you can see there, a very strong offensive lineup. He often weakens his midfield slightly, but that more than makes up for it with his very strong defense. His opponent yesterday, I believe it was Old, struggled very much to get through his defense. He often just Freakazoid on the counter-attack, scoring goal after goal.
Yep, that's right. And looking at his formation here, you're kind of right in saying that he sacrifices a little bit on the midfield area there because there's a huge swath of green field in the midfield that's not being manned by anybody there. But looking at this arrow of this 4 strikers up here, basically, this is where Zoid will be looking for his attack. He's lining up with a 4-2-1-3 formation with Petacek in goal, Maicon as red back, David Alaba at the left back position, Rio Ferdinand partnering Sergio Ramos in the center of defense, Nemanja Matic with Esteban Cambiaso at defensive midfield, as you mentioned, and empty space in front of them on the flanks in the middle, but Gareth Bale there at center attacking midfield position, and the 3 strikers shifted slightly to the left. Ronaldo with Drogba right behind Zlatan Ibrahimovic. You know, this is not really a orthodox formation, or rather orthodox positioning by Zoid, but was this the same formation that he employed yesterday? And what are your thoughts on this slightly shifted style of formation, a very narrow formation, but slightly on the left? Do you think that's anything special to take note of?
Well, it does match the previous strategy we saw yesterday, where he made a lot of use, often kind of layering his players all on one side to just get that push up the wing and outnumber the defenders. The problem was for him, as I said, he suffered in that midfield sometimes, often losing the ball before he could get his offensive going. But as for the strategy, it's not much change. Maybe a few tweaks, a slight movement in his offensive line. Aside from that, exactly the same as we saw yesterday.
Well, let's hope that this formation will prove to be a boon for Zoid instead of a bane for him, as we are going to start off the first match here. It is Arsenal versus Borussia Dortmund. It is Hanzo versus Freakazoid. Hanzo is one of Malaysia's representative in the previous international tournament. Actually, he was kind of named as team captain, and let's see whether he can do the goods again in this tournament here, the road to Korea. It's Hanzo on the ball right now, playing in the red and white of Arsenal. From left to right on the attack is Ronaldo with the acrobatic volley there. Back to Yaya Toure, and Hanzo plays it safe back to Cambia. So his opponent, of course, defending from right to left in the yellow and black of Borussia Dortmund. It is Freakazoid, and he has a bit of defending to do, but he has pretty much played it safe, forcing Hanzo all the way back to his back four. Gareth Bale, however, finding some space. The cross on his weaker right foot going straight to the keeper, and the goalkeeper for Zoid picks it up cleanly.
Hanzo is now on the offensive again. His opponent unable to keep that push, caught from the goalkeeper. Freakazoid struggling. Freakazoid trying to clear the ball now. Zlatan for Freakazoid coming up in the mid. A good pass there. Now here's what I was talking about. Hanzo's very strong defense. Oh, as soon as I say that, nearly gets a shot at the goal.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the first attempt on goal actually by Zoid. It results in a immediate counter attack down the middle by Hanzo. Nothing happening there, however. Beautiful through ball to the left hand side. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. So decides to pass it back towards the middle there, but well intercepted by David Luiz, who heads the ball back safely to the goalkeeper as he starts another attack on the left hand side. Looks like Hanzo is pretty content with playing a possession based game style here. He's not afraid to use his back four in the build up with Michael Essien on the ball here. Passing it left with Esteban Cambia, so normally deployed as a defensive midfielder, equally adept at left back in this game also. Ronaldinho not finding any space in front of him. Here's Essien managing to find Ronaldo, who tries to round the defender but unable to get past Mats Hummels. And Zoid draws a foul over here in the middle of the park. Nothing really much happening in terms of attacks. A few close calls by Hanzo and that one attack there by Zoid down the middle. But in terms of possession, I'll say that Hanzo pretty much has control of the game, but nothing in terms of, you know, dangerous attacks yet on Freakazoid's door. We have a deep cross, an early cross by Cambia, so well defended by the defenders for Zoid here. Zlatan Ibrahimovic for Zoid. Not many options. He has to pass it back here. Maicon on the right back position. Tries to get it back to the midfield, but well defended by Hanzo. He goes off for a counter attack on the left hand side. Ronaldinho with the long lofted through ball. Sergio Ramos passes the ball back to the goalkeeper. Almost a little short, but still the goalkeeper is able to collect the ball safely for Zoid.
Hanzo now with possession, and we come to the half-time, 0-0, with only one shot on goal coming from Freakazoid, and none for Hanzo so far.
Yeah, 65% of the possession goes in favor of Hanzo, but like you mentioned, Leo, there's little in terms of attacks towards the goal of Freakazoid, and he has pretty much the door bolted shut, basically. Defending very calmly, Freakazoid, although I think he will need much more time on the ball if he's gonna get any sort of goals over here. I think that Freakazoid will be relying on the counter attack of his players, and you know, he has 4 wonderful strikers positioned very close to each other, so when they go for a counter attack, I think they're going to just try to play the passes along to each other, just like we have over here with Didier Drogba in a great position on the right side here. Goes for a shot, deflected out, but actually that goes out for a goal kick. I thought it was going to be a corner kick, but nothing happening there. Again, another counter attack by Zoid. Well foiled there by Hanzo. Here's an attack on the left-hand side. Cristiano Ronaldo goes for it on his own against Maicon. Has to cut back as he has no options there. Michael Essien finds Ronaldinho with some space in front. That's a weak shot from Ronaldinho. That's not going to trouble Zoid at all there. Counter attack. It is 3-on-3. Zoid on the offense right now, trying to link up with Didier Drogba, and the goalkeeper almost passed it right into the path of the Ivory Coast striker. But still, there's a lot of build-up happening, but nothing in terms of really concrete attempts here. Hanzo attack on the right-hand side, another early cross, another clearance by the defender. Not much changes in terms of play style from the first half, but nothing's been happening for both of these players.
No, nothing yet. You can see no real concrete attacks coming from either team. Both of their defenses proving to be very effective. Oh!
Ooh, off the
right
post
off
there!
The post. You can't get closer than that. We've seen a lot of post hits actually in the last few games. One very close from a Zlatan player yesterday. Can't remember who was controlling it. I think it was Freakazoid himself actually. Hanzo now on the offensive here. Very close to the goal, but defected by the defender.
Yeah, 70 minutes into the game, and finally we're getting some action there with Zoid almost taking the lead. Long corner kick, almost finding a player there. It is David Luiz on the left back position for Hanzo. Will get a cross in. Another long cross, actually finding no one except for a yellow-shirted defender. Here is Zoid on the counter attack. Space on the right-hand side with Maicon. Long through ball forward, managing to find Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but he's caught in an offside position, just about a few feet offside or so. Another counter attack foiled there this time by the high defensive line of Hanzo. But it could have been 1-0 ahead for Zoid. The goalkeeper managing to make a save, parrying it just enough for the shot to bounce off the post instead. And Hanzo right now trying to get an attack down. Here he is on the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle, going for it all alone. Ronaldo, one under the goalkeeper, managing to slide one underneath the goalkeeper. And Hanzo takes the lead. Coming close to the 80th minute of the game. It's Cristiano Ronaldo playing a 1-2 together with Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Actually getting tackled by Ronaldo, staying in an onside position. Zlatan Ibrahimovic laid it forward to him, slides the ball underneath the goalkeeper. 1-0 for Hanzo. I can't really say it's against the run of play, but Zoid will now be angry that he did not finish his earlier opportunity there. It would have been at least 1-1 here. But coming close to the end of the game, 85 minutes into the game here, Zoid really needs to step up the pressure and get the equalizer as fast as possible.
Absolutely right. Freakazoid is now going to be feeling the pressure, especially with 1-0 so close to the end of full time. He has a chance.
Oh, here's the chance right now. Oh, wonderful. Scored there. Didier Drogba makes the equalizer. Great turn inside the box actually to get away from the defender that's sliding into his position. Great control there by Zoid. 89th minute of the game, we have the equalizer by Didier Drogba. And it's 1-1 right now, all equal in this game. In terms of game control, I'll say that both of them were equally in control. Hanzo on the attack. Can he get a late last minute game-winning goal here? Zlatan Ibrahimovic actually tumbles to the ground. Not enough time for a counter attack by Zoid. That was quite a finish there for this game, but there's still extra time to play here. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, however, getting injured in that last challenge there. Zoid actually saying sorry to Hanzo, who brushes it off. He has substitutes, of course, who can take over the place of Ibrahimovic, but basically it's like 80 minutes of build-up play with no real attack, and suddenly all the attacks come in the final 10 minutes of the game. There's the attempt by Zoid. Could have been 1-0 ahead, but this was the first goal here, scored by Cristiano Ronaldo for Hanzo in the Arsenal kit, and the very late equalizer in the 85th minute. The cutback there by Didier Drogba to draw the ball away from the last man defender, and he slots it into the corner of the goal to equalize it, make it 1-1. Hanzo now changing the setting. Of course, his striker Zlatan Ibrahimovic had to go off injured here. But do you think he's going to make any other changes other than changing Zlatan Ibrahimovic? Maybe formation change, or what else do you think he might be changing here?
I definitely think he's going to probably move some of his more defensive players more up front. There you go, swapping for Diego Costa, another very offensive player. You can see there he has actually slightly changed his defensive line. The defenders all now moving up much more forward.
Yeah, it was a double substitution. Diego Costa as well as Didier Drogba actually brought in. Costa in this game a little bit more speedy than Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Early cross by by Diego Costa, trying to find his other substitute, but the defender did well there. Counter attack by Zoid down the middle. Gonna get tackled on the on the right hand side there by Gareth Bale, using his left back experience in this game as well. Cambias on the left hand side. Didier Drogba the substitute by Hanzo. An attack down the left. Lots of players inside the box here. Not enough red shirts, however. We'll get the cross in. It is it's a shot right here, and the defender actually headed the ball directly into the path of Yaya Toure, the center midfielder, in a prime position. Excellent tackle by Yaya Toure inside the box, and he slots that past Petr Cech, the goalkeeper for Zoid, making it 2-1 for Hanzo early in the first half of extra time.
Quite right, and now Freakazoid is definitely going to be feeling the pressure yet again. The position we've often seen him feeling, but he does often come through. Seeing him coming for the equalizer in a game yesterday. So we'll have to see how Hanzo can manage the... that's the end of our first half of extra time.
That's it. That's right. It's the end of first half. Hanzo still in control in terms of possession, but as you mentioned before, Zoid, his counter-attack, has proven time and time again to be pretty successful. He has come back from near defeats before, and I won't be surprised if he's able to get equalizer somewhere in the second half. But as the end of the first half here, it is Hanzo in the lead against Freakazoid. It's 2-1 in favor of Hanzo. That was a bad defensive mistake by Zoid there. Should have cleared it much further down the line. And hopefully he doesn't, rule his chances here in the second half. As we go straight in here, it's Hanzo on the attack from right to left. He's playing in the red of Arsenal, and his opponent trailing 2-1. It is Freakazoid playing from left to right in the yellow and black of Borussia Dortmund, who has plenty of defending to do here. Hanzo having 60% of the ball possession. He has the ball right now. No foul call. It was a clean tackle there by Sergio Ramos. Another quick counter attack down the middle here by Didier Drogba. But well tackled there by Hanzo. Stopped right in his tracks. Here's Diego Costa laying it right to Gareth Bale. Cuts it back in. Surely that's a foul there. Referee plays the advantage as Gareth Bale picks himself up. Maybe going for an early cross. Taking too long, however. David Alaba, the left back for Zoid, brings the ball out of the danger area. It's 4-on-3 right now. Zoid with the ball, but unable to control that. Here's the goalkeeper playing a little bit of a dangerous game, but managing to clear the ball to the left back position. An attack down the middle there, but by Hanzo. And actually Zoid calls for the GG as he was typing that. A third goal here scored by the substitute Diego Costa. 3-1. And I think Zoid was, he saw that the timer was running out and he lost the ball in the attacking position. And as he was typing that GG, Diego Costa scores his third goal. But of course, this is a best of 3, so it's not game over for Zoid. If he is able to win the next 2 matches, he might actually go ahead and represent Malaysia. But as it stands here, maybe a second goal here. Actually, yes, there was enough time for a second goal by Zoid. But still, I do not think that we have enough time for a third goal unless some miracle happens within the next 5 seconds of gameplay. But 3-2 here, Zoid managing to catch up a little bit.
Catching a consolation goal right at the end.
That's right, but I think Hanzo will still be the victor of this first game, as there's only 1 minute of extra time remaining. The referee really taking his time with the final whistle, and there we have it. Final whistle is finally blown by the referee. 3-2 to Hanzo, so he wins the first match in this best of 3. But as we mentioned before, it's not game over yet for Zoid. All they has to do is to score another to win the next 2 games, and he might actually be the first representative for Team Malaysia. But your thoughts on the match so far, Leonard? Hanzo and Zoid. Hanzo is pretty much, you know, a lot more of the possession, but in terms of actual attacking, even though we've had 5 goals, a huge majority of the time we were seeing, you know, a decent build-up, but nothing much on the finish. What do you think are the improvements that can be made by both of these 2 players coming into the second match?
Well, both of the players at the start of the first half that we saw in the game were very passive on their offensive, taking a lot of time, passing the ball around. I would say wasting a lot of time that they could have been used taking shots on goal. When we looked at them in the second half, we saw a lot more offensive movement. We saw them moving up the midfield, bringing on more offensive players there with Diego Costa to try and get the goals that they needed. Indeed, coming out 3-2. But from our tournament yesterday, we saw a lot of comebacks. Often the player losing the first game only to come back and absolutely destroy his opponent for the next 2 games, as happened in the case with Old and his opponent. Old showed us why he was the #1 seed, winning the first game 3-1, I believe, and then in the next 2 games absolutely being destroyed himself, 3-0 and 4-1.
Yeah, and that's a regular scene actually that's a regular happening in the Malaysian side of the the tournaments, basically. You know, we have a player coming in as the higher seeding player coming into the first match, you know, showing his stuff, showing why he is the highest seeded player. For example, like Hanzo himself. I remember in the previous tournament, the road to Vietnam, Hanzo against Old. Old was pretty much demolishing Hanzo, and still Hanzo became the overall victor. I remember it was a best of 5, Old winning the first 2 matches, but in the end, when Old just needed 1 more win, Hanzo came out with the goods and won the next 3 matches. So comebacks, very regular occurrence, I'll say, in the Malaysian scene. Maybe we might even see one right now here in this match between Hanzo and Zoid. But as it stands, at least, Hanzo has one hand on that ticket to South Korea. All he has to do is to just defeat Zoid 1 more time, and he will have guaranteed his slot on that plane to South Korea to represent Malaysia later this year in the international grand finals. But of course, it's not game over yet for Zoid. If you know, all he has to do is to win the next 2 matches. But in terms of gameplay itself, Zoid not having much of the possession. But do you think that is his playstyle, that he doesn't need the possession in order to score? Or do you think that if he had more possession, perhaps, then he might have an easier time of winning?
Well, what we saw from Zoid yesterday was he often struggled holding the possession. But when it came down to the wire, Frika Zoid was making 1 shot and 1 goal. So we often saw him coming back through his very, very strong counterattacks. Often in the second half, that's when he was always coming back with his very offensive plays, making great movement. As you can see here from the lineups on both teams, have there been any changes?
Not so much in terms of positioning for Zoid. It looks like he's still going to employ this very tight and narrow 4-2-1-3. For Hanzo, however, I'm not so sure if he is going to make any last-minute changes, but it looks like he might be using the 4-4-2 here. But we're going to take a look at the home side here. The players have swapped sides for this second match. It's Zoid as a home side, playing in the Borussia Dortmund kit, still employing the same 4-2-1-3 formation he has called already here. Not many changes in terms of personnel, other than Paul Pogba coming in for Esteban Cambiaso in defensive midfield. But the top four strikers still Gareth Bale right behind Ronaldo, Drogba and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the triumvirate there for Zoid. Taking a look over at Hanzo. Still, I'm not so sure actually if Hanzo is in. I'm not so sure whether Hanzo knows that we are already in the game here. But, well, we have a few minutes to spare, of course. At the start of every match, each player is entitled to a maximum of 5 minutes of management time. But assuming that this is a formation is going to go with, it's pretty strange to see a player that has won a previous match to change his lineup so drastically, because early on he did line up with a 4-1-3-2 formation, and if no changes are made here, I just saw a swap in personnel, so I'm very sure that Hanzo is in control right now, and it might look that he might be going with a 4-4-2 formation here. Your thoughts on this formation or even this change by Hanzo? Because not many players I know of will swap a winning formation per se.
Well, if you look at his formation here, you can see it's a lot more defensive on the right side. If you swap back to Zoid and have a look at his plays, you can see that it's very heavy on one side. So reflecting that for Hanzo, you can see that he's playing a lot more midfield catch to try and stop Zoid getting that offensive movement. As I mentioned, Zoid's struggling a lot yesterday getting the ball through the midfield area. When he gets to that offensive play, he can score the goal. However, it's getting there that is his problem. His defense is strong, his offense is strong, but getting through the midfield wall is often his problem.
Yeah, and it looks like Hanzo has built an even more stronger wall. You're absolutely right, because now the two defensive midfielders has slightly shifted to Hanzo's right hand side of the pitch. There's 5 players, you know, huddled quite tightly around this area here, where Zoid has positioned his 4 strikers of Gareth Bale, Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic and Drogba. So it's gonna be a huge tight battle in this portion of the field here. Maicon, Ramos, Ferdinand, together with Matic and Michael Essien, we're gonna have a very tight gameplay, a very difficult wall to get past here for Zoid, as Hanzo seems to be ready. Yeah, I think he's ready. I'm just gonna double check with Hanzo whether he's ready, because he says okay, but I'm not so sure what that second word means actually. So just gonna double confirm with Hanzo first, but it looks like he will be ready and he will be using this formation over here. It's a 4-4-2 against a 4-2-1-3 formation. Remember guys, this is game number 2 in this best of 3 between Hanzo and Zoid. It's the first matchup of the day. The winner of this entire matchup will get the ticket to represent Malaysia in the International Grand Finals in South Korea later this year. Hanzo won his first game 3-2 and has one hand on that right to represent Malaysia. Zoid, however, is not a stranger to comebacks. He has come back before. He has defeated Old yesterday when it looks pretty much guaranteed that Old will win his matchup yesterday against Zoid. Zoid comes from behind, wins the game. We might see a repeat of that here. It's Hanzo versus Zoid. Zoid in the home side, on the ball right now in the all-black kit of Borussia Dortmund. And his opponent, Hanzo, with one game in his favor, defending from right to left. He's playing in the away yellow kit of Arsenal. And Zoid with the early cross here. It is Didier Drogba, tackle inside the box cleanly, however, according to the referee. And Hanzo goes off on his attack on the left-hand side. A 4-4-2 formation being deployed by Hanzo here, meaning that his attack is more evenly spread out on the wings. Ronaldo, long-range cross. Suarez unable to get the first-time shot there, unable to even control the ball. But what a glorious opportunity wasted there by Hanzo. Could have been 1-0 as early as 10 minutes in the game, but as it stands still, no finish by Hanzo. 0-0 is the score. Close there by Hanzo, almost getting the first goal.
Close but no cigar. But if you were watching the mini-map during that play, you could absolutely see Hanzo had his men spread out all over the 16-yard line. It really enabled him to make the play because the
Ooh.
defenders are very stretched out. Another good attempt there. He has lots of space on the wings, and this is really bringing him the advantage right now.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it shows the tactical news that Hanzo has here. Even though he has won the first match early on pretty comfortably, actually he was leading 3-1 and last minute he made an error and conceded a second goal to make it 3-2. But he won the first game very comfortably with a 4-1-3-2 formation. But he has the maturity to know that, you know, a winning formation doesn't mean a good formation here. And Hanzo on the attack on the right hand side right now, much better attacking gameplay for Hanzo here in the second match. He has, you know, structured his defense a little bit more tightly to counteract against the triumvirate of Zoid, who is on the attack on the left hand side here right now, however, but the cross a little bit awkward, going all the way back to the edge of the box. There was nobody there except a defender, and Hanzo goes on an attack yet again. Luis Suarez getting tackled by Nemanja Matic for Zoid there. And as you mentioned, the players for Hanzo much more spread out here. He has a lot more attacking opportunities, to a lot more players to spread the ball to, and he is using the wings much more efficiently than in the first game. Francesco Totti on the right hand side, early cross yet again, trying to look for Luis Suarez. I'm not so sure if, you know, attackers like with the height of Luis Suarez will be able to get ahead of the ball against defenders like Ferdinand and Sergio Ramos, but it looks that Hanzo is content with going for the early crosses in this game. Do you think that it will be better suited going towards the byline and trying to cut inside play as we saw in the 10th minute of the game, or, you know, do you think that somehow Luis Suarez will be able to get a header goal in?
I absolutely agree that you definitely want to be as close as possible in the 16-yard line or even inside the 16-yard box when you're taking the shot. However, Hanzo is seeing the powerful defense that Freakazoid has. As I mentioned, his defense is strong and his offense is strong, but the midfield is weak. And so Hanzo is taking absolute advantage of that, taking the lobs into the 16-yard box. I imagine his train of thought is, if I can keep kicking it in, if I can keep control of the midfield, 9 out of 10 might miss, but all I need is that one.
That's right. I mean, you can't win the lottery without buying a ticket, and, well, you know, that was one ticket right there. Unable to control the ball or even get a shot in. Maybe a first-time shot could have, you know, done it for Hanzo. Might have gotten the first goal there. But, you know, in terms of possession, slightly lower as well for Hanzo. But in terms of control, I personally feel that Hanzo has much better control of the game in terms of the attacking sense of the game here. As we start off the second half of the game, it's still 0-0, however, but it is Hanzo who's knocking on the door much more frequently than Zoid. Hanzo on the attack. He is attacking from left to right in the away kit, the yellow kit of Arsenal. Here's Ronaldo with a long-range shot, parried away by the goalkeeper. Mistake there by the defender. A brilliant save there by the goalkeeper for Zoid as he brings the ball away. Two brilliant saves in a row by the goalkeeper. Saves the blushes from Hanzo's attacks as Hanzo still be unable to break down the defenses for Zoid. But Zoid, I have to say, he's extremely lucky to still somehow be tied with Hanzo at this stage of the game.
Certainly a very lucky save there by the goalkeeper and great movement by the defenders, but you can't allow situations like that to happen. Freakazoid's got to try and stay on the offensive here. He's been stuck on the reacting and trying to defend for way too long. Now we're seeing some proper offensive movement. You can see it right there. His offense is great. He's got great offensive players lined up for him here. The problem is he can't get it to them.
Exactly. The villain analysis so far from you, Leo, but you've been hitting it right on the nail so far. You know, Hanzo's been getting so much control of the ball. In terms of pure possession statistics, he's only at 55%, not that much further from Zoid. But in terms of the attacking, he's really been, you know, the one with the more concrete attacks basically on the wings. He's really utilizing the wings so efficiently here. Here's Gareth Bale cutting back to his favorite left foot. Oh, brilliant turn there by Hanzo. A second turn there against the defender. Unable to get past the third one, however. A little bit too long on the ball. Here comes Zoid yet again. Long through ball, lofted ahead for Didier Drogba. Maybe can get it to Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Not so much in that instance. But you mentioned it before here. You know, he has a great attacking sense, a great counter-attacking sense here, Zoid. All he has to do is to complete that final third pass over there, the final pass, and we might even get a goal. Here is Hanzo on the attack. Oh, another close header there, this time by Hanzo. Still unable to break the deadlock. 80th minute in the game, and still somehow this game is tied at 0-0. Zoid on attack here. It's the same story as the previous game. The final 10 minutes much more heart-stopping than the first 80 minutes of the game. Gareth Bale on the offense here. Here's Zoid cutting inside. Zoid! He actually gets the first goal. Zlatan Ibrahimovic cuts the ball inside, beats the goalkeeper, beats the defender Rio Ferdinand, one-on-one the goalkeeper, and he's the first player to actually break the deadlock. Hanzo strides time and time again, not enough to get the goalkeeper, to beat the goalkeeper, who's been playing ever so well for Zoid. And it's actually Zoid in the lead here. 86 minutes in the game. Will there be enough time for Hanzo to score the equalizer? It's 1-0 in favor for Zoid.
Zoid's certainly going to be feeling happy now, having scored that goal. The goal he's been waiting for the whole game, and it's all come to him. Oh, I think he's given away a foul here.
Yeah, in a very dangerous territory as well. Here is Francesco Totti laying it low. Ronaldo forward, Michael Essien back to Totti, attempts the shot. Defender blocks it ahead of him. 2 minutes of extra time remaining here. Luke Shaw, I thought he won the ball, but there's actually a foul call here. Surely Zoid will try his best to hold the ball because he has the match advantage here. He actually just throws the ball away. He knows that by the time the goalkeeper takes the goal kick, these 2 in-game minutes will have elapsed. That's right, end of the game here. What a fantastic and a slight change in fortunes actually for Zoid, because he was on the back foot pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. Hanzo's been knocking on the door for so long, but no finish from him. Same case as the previous game, basically. Lots of build-up, much better build-up actually by both of these two players, but it is Zoid with the better with the more clinical finish from him in this opportunity right here. Zlatan Ibrahimovic managing to get past the defender to get the game-winning goal for him. As it stands here, it's 1 game apiece for both of these players. Hanzo won the first game 3-2, and this time it is Zoid who won this game 0-1 in his favor. And I wouldn't say that it's a lucky from Zoid, but still there is a touch of fortune for Zoid, because he came so close to conceding not just 1 but even 2 or 3 goals against Hanzo, but his defense held on. The goalkeeper played so well in that second game, and now we have a tiebreaker to play for here. The winner of this tiebreaker, of course, will represent Malaysia in the grand finals. Hanzo actually left the game, so I have to invite him back, but what a game we're having here, Leo.
Absolutely agree. It was very unfortunate for Hanzo in that last game. He was doing pretty much everything right. He controlled the pace of the game. He controlled the wings. He was having the fantastic movement inside the 16-yard box, but he just couldn't make that finishing move. He couldn't bring the bacon home, as they say.
Exactly. And early on at the start of the game, we talked about his formation here, how on paper it looks like a very clever move, and for vast majority of the game, like 3/4 of the game, it looked like a very very tactical, a very clever move in fact, because he's having a lot more space on the wings. He's able to bring the ball to the wings and get all the crosses in, but as we mentioned earlier in the first half, his penchant of getting the early crosses in, I consider that opportunities wasted, because there's so much space down the flanks. He can bomb down the wings. Gareth Bale on the right, Ronaldinho on the left, Ronaldo on the left, and he has so much space down the wings. He could have gone further down, could have cut it inside, dribbled into the box with the pass. He has attempted a few attacks in that manner, in that fashion, and almost scored a few goals, in fact. So a little bit of a waste there by Hanzo. He reverts back to his 4-1-3-2 formation. You know, on paper, not as effective as a 4-4-2, but it is what brought him the bacon, as you say. It is what brought him the goal, as both of these players look ready. But in this final tiebreaker game, what do you expect will happen, Leonard, in this one?
I definitely expect Freakazoid to stay with what he's been doing. He's kept pretty much the same solid strategy all the way through. You can see from the lineup there, barely any change. Hanzo going back to his first initial strategy, obviously feeling it the more effective of the two we've seen him use today. I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more of him slowing down the gameplay this time. He's had great use of the wings, but he was definitely, I think, giving it away way too much. Initially, it seemed like the right strategy for him, but he just didn't have the physical offensive players in the box that he needed. He kept losing out to the taller, more stronger defenders.
Exactly.
In the box.
I mean, like, when he has access to players like Didier Drogba, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but I can't remember the second striker, but he definitely used Luis Suarez in the 4-4-2 earlier on. You know, with so much space on the wings, like you mentioned, he could have gotten the cross in if he had players like Ibrahimovic, taller players like Ibrahimovic, like Drogba, in order to go up against Ferdinand and Ramos. Then the crossing gameplay, the crossing game plan might have come to fruition, but a total waste there. Even without the crossing, Hanzo has been really effective for attacks here. Here's another attack actually on the left hand side. What a brilliant 2-ball that was by Luke Shaw. Here is yet again, maybe going for an early cross again, going to the edge of the box, but well defended by Zoid. Zoid on attack right now. He is playing from right to left in the all black away kit of Borussia Dortmund, up against the Arsenal-kitted player Hanzo on the attack on the right-hand side. Here's Gareth Bale across inside. Oh, off the post there. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the second time, not able to get ahead of Pedacek there. And Zlatan Ibrahimovic, this time off the post. Hanzo, very unlucky. 2 matches in a row so far where he has come so close to breaking the deadlock, but no end product by Hanzo. You can't fault him. I think, he's just seriously unlucky so far in these 2 matches. He was able to score 3 goals in the first game, but looking at his luck here, it seems that he's pretty out of it at the moment. Here's Drogba on attack for Zoid. Well defended by Hanzo. Only as far as the midfield, however, Zlatan Ibrahimovic loses the ball just outside the box. Here's Maicon on the ball for Hanzo. Counter attack. Wasted opportunity. Just throws the ball away. True ball there for Zlatan Ibrahimovic with 3 players around him. But look at the strength there by the Swedish international. Zlatan Ibrahimovic with a cross. Too deep. Ronaldo for Zoid. He actually scores one past the goalkeeper. Zoid yet again against the run of play. 23 minutes this time into the game, and he scores with his first opportunity in the game. You mentioned, Leo, that Zoid is really well known for his comebacks. This is another trademark show here by Zoid. 1-0 ahead for this fantastic comeback player.
Absolutely. I definitely feel for Hanzo. He did everything right so far. He changed his strategy back to what was working. He made the perfect pass to Zlatan there inside the box. But unfortunately, Zlatan just couldn't get it in for him, hitting the top of the bar and then being saved by the keeper. Absolutely unlucky. But a great day for Freakazoid there, bringing the ball in. He had the offensive movement. His offensive players are so strong. Cristiano Ronaldo, Zlatan, and it really hurt his opponent Hanzo here. So now we'll have to see what Freakazoid is going to do. He's still got a long time till the end of the game, so he can't rest on his laurels until the game is over.
I am so impressed with the counter-attacking abilities here by Zoid. Look at this. Look at the speed of the counter-attack. Zoid again on the attack here on the left-hand side. Ronaldo bring the ball inside. It's Gareth Bale. One under the goalkeeper off the post, but Gareth Bale there again. Past the goalkeeper, managing to slot one in, actually passes to himself via the post there. 2-0 for Zoid. Like you mentioned, Hanzo has did everything right so far, but no finish. It's been the same story for the past 2 games. Hanzo down 2-0. 35 minutes of game time has elapsed. It's still early in the game, of course. A lot of things can happen, but what a fantastic first half showing it has been for Zoid. 2 attempts on goal, 2 goals scored. Such clinical finishing here by Zoid. taking, the game to the Malaysian representative. Actually, oh, here's Hanzo, one on the goalkeeper. Oh, finally he scores there. That will be a huge burden lifted off the shoulders for Hanzo, as he shows that he actually can score. Finally, he has the luck of the draw, getting the ball off the tackle from the defender and finally able to slot one underneath the goalkeeper. What an exciting way to end this series here, if knowing that this is the final tiebreaker game for this match between these two absolutely fantastic players. Maybe we might even see a third goal here. Oh, Didier Drogba, fantastic dribbling by the Ivory Coast striker, the Chelsea legend, up against no less than 3 defenders, waltzing around the penalty spot area, and he slots one underneath the goalkeeper. Zoid, absolutely fantastic attacking show by him here. 3 goals to 1 as we approach the end of the first half. Leonard, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. The first match was so drab, even though the score is 3-2. What a way to end. Oh, we might see a second goal by Hanzo. Last minute, last ditch defending by Zoid. What a way to end the first half here. 3-1 in favor for Zoid. I'm running out of saliva right now here. It's so tiring to cast this game. But what a way, what a match we're having here. Zoid up 3-1 in 3. Basically with only 3 attacks. His finishing, his counter-attacking skills. What a joy to behold here. 3-1. And it's only the first half.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, Freakazoid absolutely able to make it count. When he can get the ball to his defenders, it's 1 shot, 1 goal. He can absolutely do it. Hanzo, very unfortunate. His possession was 60%. Freakazoid only taking the ball to score.
Yeah.
Poor Hanzo has not at the moment been able to make it count. Hopefully we'll see a much more effective offensive movement from here in the second half.
Yeah, that was the thing here. I mean, in the second match, he swapped out, he changed his formation from the 4-1-3-2 to a 4-4-2, and the defense was much more effective in the second half. Granted, yes, he did lose that match. He conceded a last-minute goal, but overall, I say that the defensive structure was much better in the second match here. Right now, it seems that Hanzo just can't defend at all for some reason. He doesn't have the luck in scoring in his attacking movements, but he's just unable to defend whatsoever. But he has an attacking opportunity on the left-hand side here with Ronaldinho. Maybe go for a cross. Hanzo inside the box, trying to get past one defender here, cutting it back to Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
A great pass there.
Yeah, a great pass there by Ronaldinho. Still, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, there's no options there other than Luke Shaw. Back to Zlatan Ibrahimovic, still on the left-hand side. Great strength there by the striker. That is why so many players choose him in his lineup. Ronaldinho! Oh, great goalkeeping there. A wrong choice by Ronaldinho. Should have shot it to his left instead, but still, fantastic goalkeeping by Zoid. 2 games in a row. The goalkeeper is absolutely magnificent here. Another counter-attack. Could we see a 4th goal here by Zoid? He brings it back, however, to the left back. It's Yaya Toure. In the middle, Gareth Bale. But the sliding challenge there by Hanzo is able to intercept the ball as he goes on his counter-attack. No foul call there by the challenge by Zoid. Again, Zoid has the ball right now. We're coming into the 70th minute of the game with the score still locked at 3-1 in favor for Zoid. If it stays this way, it is Zoid who will represent Malaysia at the expense of Hanzo. He has only 20 minutes to score in this game here. A little bit better finishing by Hanzo, but still lots of attacking to do. And Zoid, fantastic defending from him in the second half so far.
Hanzo really struggling right now to get the ball into Freakazoid's half of the field. His offensive line has really come down to the midfield to control it. You can see here, Hanzo is absolutely outnumbered in the midfield so far.
Yeah, the numbers getting forward. Not many red shirts getting forward, but here's an attack here. Oh, Luke Shaw with the long-range goal. The left back for Manchester United getting the second goal in the 80th minute of the game. There is still time for an equalizer. So much space given to the left back. Not many people expect Luke Shaw to have that shot. I certainly never not thought of using Luke Shaw there, but it's a goal is still a goal, and he has gotten that crucial goal there to bring the deficit down to only one goal that separates between these two. Frikazoid here on the attack with Zlatan Ibrahimovic on the right hand side. No offside call there. Oh, beautiful trap there by Didier Drogba off the post this time. No fourth goal there for Frikazoid as Hanzo goes on his attack. This time on the right hand side with Yaya Toure, but so many defenders ahead of them. 4 black shirts with only 3 red shirts supporting Yaya Toure. Gareth Bale going for his left foot here, going for a cross. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, brilliant tackle there by Sergio Ramos, and that's the end of the game. Zoid managing just as you predicted, Leo. Zoid lost the first game 3-2, but the comeback by Zoid yet again 2 days in a row. Second game ends with Zoid leading 1-0. This game here, what a way to end the series. 3-2 in favor of Zoid. Ladies and gentlemen, we have your first representative for Team Malaysia. It is Frikazoid after this 2-1 victory over Hanzo.
And a great game it was too. We saw both of them making the right moves, the right plays. Hanzo just couldn't quite deliver the goods when it came down to the wire. Very unlucky for him. He had many great opportunities, and through no fault of his own, they just didn't come through. We'll have to see that if he can recover from the losers bracket to still make it onto Team Malaysia.
That's right. Of course, there is still a second chance here for Hanzo. Zoid is confirmed as your first representative for Team Malaysia in the upcoming International Grand Finals in South Korea. It's not game over for Hanzo yet. There will be a match later on. He will face off against his former Team Malaysia teammate, and that will be a huge star-studded match. I can't wait to see that match. I believe that match should be played at 6 p.m. It's match number 3 later on. Is the first of the knockout matches basically. But of course, stick around. If you take a look here at the match listings that we have for today, we have the end of the first match is Hanzo versus Zoid, with Zoid becoming the victor here against Hanzo. So Hanzo gets knocked down to the lowest bracket where he will meet Old, and afterwards we have Pearly's team Junior. I can't remember who his opponent was. Feed me please or something like that, basically. But we're gonna have that match pretty soon in a few minutes time, about 5 to 10 minutes. And of course, for you guys watching at home, make sure you stick around, because at the end of the second match we're gonna reveal some codes for you all as well. And make sure you log on down to our live stream website. That's fo3.garena.com/live-stream. I'm sure we are having a login reward system for today as well, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure you log in as well. As the more logins we have to that page, the bigger the rewards we can get. End of the first match here. Zoid is your Malaysian representative. We'll stay around here, as in the next 10 minutes or so, we will start with the second match of the game. We will find out who is the second representative for Team Malaysia. I'm Ilversword. Leonard with me here. We'll stay around. See you guys in about 10 minutes or so. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here's round 2 of the Malaysian brackets for the FIFA Online 3 Road to Korea. We saw in the earlier match just now, Hanzo against Zoid. We thought that Hanzo had a great start defeating Zoid 3-2 in the first match. But Zoid, what a performance by this new guy here. I've not seen him play online, any competitive online games. But what a start for Zoid here. Not only defeating his opponent 2-1, but it's the caliber of the opponents. Hanzo, he is actually team captain of the previous team Malaysia, the one that played in the Vietnam International Grand Finals. And what are we to score his ticket? We have Zoid here scoring the first ticket representing team Malaysia. And Leonard, we're going to find out who's the second one. It's Perlis Team Junior against Feed Me More. I'm sure you're kind of acquainted already to the players that we have here.
Having seen their games, both of them actually comeback games where they both lost their initial game and then coming back to absolutely dominate and show why we have such a great field of competitors here today.
Yeah, that's right. And, off the bat, I'm looking at the formation here. 4-1-1-4 with the 4 strikers all over the park, basically. This is Perlis Team Junior's lineup here. I've not seen Perlis Team Junior actually lining up with such a drastic formation. Did he use this formation yesterday, Leo?
He certainly did, and it worked to great effect for him, especially Cristiano Ronaldo and Ronaldinho coming down on the wings. Really able to bring the ball up because of their pace. Absolutely bring it up. Ibrahimovic and Drogba making those final plays at the 16-yard box. Really worked well for him.
Yep, it looks like actually both the players are ready, but we're going to go a very quick analysis of the lineups here. It's 4-1-1-4 by Perlis Team Junior. He will be playing as the home side for this match. It's Petacek in goal, Maicon at right back, David Alaba at left back, Ramos with Ferdinand in centre back, with Michael Essien parked ahead of them at defensive midfield position. Again, a huge swath of land in front of him with Wayne Rooney deployed as actually right attacking midfielder stated, but he is deployed near the centre of the park with Ronaldinho as a right winger, Cristiano Ronaldo as a left winger, Zlatan Ibrahimovic deployed as centre forward behind the top striker of Didier Drogba. Like Leonard mentioned early on, we're going to see Ronaldo bomb the left wing here. Ronaldinho, not as much pace of Ronaldo, but still his skills, his silky moves on the right wing will prove to be, very favourable as he gets deployed there on the right. And we've seen earlier on that with this formation, he might be able to get a crosses inside. And instead of Luis Suarez, we say of players with the likes of Luis Suarez, we're going to see target man here. Drogba way up front here in the penalty box with Zlatan Ibrahimovic right behind him. Let's take a look at the lineup for Feed Me More. A little bit more orthodoxy here with 4-2-1-3 being deployed by Feed Me More in the away side. Mano Noy in goal, Maicon on the right, David Alaba on the left, Cambiaso partners Ramos at defensive midfield, Michael Essien with Yaya Toure at defensive midfield position, Ronaldinho the lone centre attacking midfielder. He will look to support Samuel Eto'o on the left, Gareth Bale on the right, Didier Drogba up front. Two very speedy wing forwards, I would say, with one target man in the middle, with such a creative genius in Ronaldinho in the middle. Leonard, having the experience of seeing both of these two players using these formations here, what do you think the viewers at home can expect from the first match between these two players?
I think Feed Me More is definitely going to be very energetic right off the bat. Perlis Team Junior often taking his time on his offensive. You could see there he had a lot of space, a lot of people up front, so he could take the time he needed, passing the ball around, finding the gaps in the defense until he was finally ready to take the shot on goal. That's what we saw a lot of him doing yesterday, getting the counterattack, bringing it all the way up, and then often taking a second, making a back pass or two until he was satisfied he was in the best position possible to take the shot. Feed Me More, however, very keen to go, rushing that counterattack, going straight for the goal, not wasting a single second, always going for the target.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a counter-attack against counter-attack team style of gameplay as we start the second match of the day. It is Perlis Team Junior, of course, one of the former representatives for Team Malaysia in the previous tournament for the one that's held in Vietnam early on. And Perlis Team Junior in the blue kit of FC Luzern, in playing from left to right, and his opponent Feed Me More playing in the orange kit of Aruka. He is playing from right to left with a bit of defending to do here. Brilliant show of strength. No offside there by Zlatan Ibrahimovic. What a brilliant last minute tackle that was by Sergio Ramos. Had he not made that tackle, Zlatan Ibrahimovic would have had a clear run at goal. Might even be the first goal of the game in favor of Perlis Team Junior, as we have an offside call of a long punt downfield by Feed Me More. But you know, as Leonard analyzed early on, both of these players utilize a counter-attacking gameplay style. Early on, we saw that Zoid, with his counter-attacking style of play, defeating the possession-based gameplay of Hanzo. And you know, I'll be interested to see which counter-attacking style is more efficient in this case. Feed Me More on the ball right now in the middle, met with a big wall in the form of Rio Ferdinand. Is he able? Yes, he is able to get the ball in. Oh, the ball beautifully threaded in between the two defenders. Ronaldinho with the easy tap in there. That's a villain two ball. Look at the passing here. Firstly, managing to keep the ball in play. Bamboozles both of the defenders there as they were caught wrong-footed inside the 6-yard box. And Feed Me More scores the goal. Scores the first goal of the game in the 18th minute of gameplay. It looks like we're up for yet another upset here. We have had the captain of Team Malaysia, Hanzo, being knocked down to the lowest bracket. Perlis Team Junior is another former representative of Team Malaysia. You know, if there's no change in the current scorelines, we might actually see a second knockout from a former Team Malaysia representative, because Feed Me More looks like he's been on the offense so much more than Team Perlis Junior there. But Perlis Junior finally is able to get his defense shut tight in that opportunity there.
Nearly losing the ball there with a bit of a poor pass. Perlis Team Junior, as you can see, often taking his time, but too long here. Feed Me More's defenders seem to have a lot more pace at the moment than Perlis Team Junior.
A lot more zing in their step, don't they? Especially in the attacks there. Look at the left back there, rampaging forward. However, basically David Alaba has like abandoned his left back position. He has to hobble back. It's Ronaldinho. Perlis Team Junior now has his right attacking midfielder down for the count there, as he has to bring substitute. He's forced to substitute Ronaldinho off.
I believe it will be Diego Costa. I think that's who he had lined up in our team line yesterday.
Let's take a look as who is his choice here to replace. It is actually, he's using the speed of Samuel Eto'o on the right wing. You know, as you mentioned earlier on, Ronaldo on the left wing and Ronaldinho on the right wing early on for Perlis Team Junior. So he was going to utilize for pace here. If anything, the introduction of Samuel Eto'o will introduce a lot more pace on the right wing. Here's an attack on the right wing. Brilliant there by the goalkeeper to get that save off. However, still a lot of defending to do as Ronaldinho gets a tackle off there. A close call there. Perlis Team Junior almost getting the equalizer goal. And look at the speed of this counter-attack here. Didier Drogba bringing the ball forward. Yaya Toure tries to thread another through ball down the middle. As you mentioned earlier on, Leo. Oh, look at the attack down here. Is Samuel Eto'o off the post. Here comes the finish. Oh, but he's in an offside position, sadly. No second goal here by Feed Me More. It is Didier Drogba who is unable to get himself in an onside position when the shot was first made by Samuel Eto'o. No second goal from him. But Feed Me More. What, you know, the speed, incredible speed there by Feed Me More for his counter-attack. We thought Zoid was fast, but Feed Me More was just lightning quick in comparison.
As I mentioned, Feed Me More really doesn't waste time when he goes for his offensive. He knows that he's got the speed on his side on the offensive line. His opponent often is a bit slower. Perlis Team Junior always prefers to take his time here. And at the moment, this is really not working for him. The lightning speed counterattack, his defenders are just not able to prevent them getting inside the box. The movement, the spreading out of the defenders is really costing him. It's opening up a lot of gaps. I think we're going to have to see Perlis Team Junior make a change to his strategy if he wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure if I can call this a counter-attacking gameplay style by Feed Me More, because he's actually in the lead in terms of possession statistics. He has 56% of the possession compared to only 44 by Pearlie's team Junior. And you know, normally it is the team with the so-called slower gameplay style who has more possession, but now it is Feed Me More with both speed and possession. Oh, there was a brilliant through ball there, slight deflection of the defender, will bring the ball away from Didier Drogba, the striker. So no second goal for Feed Me More. This is of course game number 1 for the second match of the day between Pearlie's team Junior. On the attack right now, he's in blue, he's in attack, for playing from right to left. Great defending by the defender for Feed Me More. Conceding a corner kick is better than conceding a goal. Or the goalkeeper stuck between two walls there, are not sure whether to go out for the catch or to stay on his line. But the defender is able to clear the ball away. Look at the speed here by Feed Me More. This time, however, unable to get a counter-attack down right. But he was gearing up for yet another counter-attack opportunity. It's not just the speed, but the precision of his passes mostly. Gareth Bale on the right-hand flank, choosing to slow down gameplay a little bit here. 60 minutes have elapsed. He has the lead, so he can afford to build up the play a little bit more slower this time. But look at the minimap there. He has no less than 6 strikers ahead of him, and that is the beauty of his attacking formation there, with at least 5 players inside the box, with perhaps a 6th one supporting from deep. However, Pearlie's team Junior is on the attack down the middle right now. Zlatan Ibrahimovic shrugging off the attentions of Esteban Cambiaso so easily, not just one but twice. But Sergio Ramos together with Cambiaso finally managing to steal the ball away from Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Pearlie's team Junior a lot more possession this time, but still he needs to get the final pass into the final third down, and he's so far unable to get that in his position.
Absolutely agree. He's really struggling. Again, we see a lot of this, really struggling to get through the midfield for some teams. Oh, Feed Me More in a very dangerous position here. Oh, shot on goal, but not quite. We're seeing Pearlie's team Junior really struggling here to get it in the offensive area. He can get it over the half, but he's often losing it when it comes to beating the defenders.
That's right. Just so many more defenders, so many more orange shirts in defense compared to blue shirts in attack there. And it just surprises me how much energy the players for Feed Me More has. He always has more defenders when he needs it. He always has more attackers when he needs it. It looks like the players are chosen not only for their speed but also their work rate. Looks here, because you know that's just it looks like Feed Me More is playing with more than 11 men at the moment. But Pearlie's team Junior, now he finally has the ball. It's 3-on-4, a good tackle there. Caught off balance, however, so Zlatan Ibrahimovic still has the ball. Didier Drogba cut inside the middle, one-on-one. The goalkeeper here, Pearlie's team Junior, gets the equalizer very late in the game. 88 minute half elapsed. The substitute, Samuel Eto'o, finding himself in a brilliant onside position. One-on-one the goalkeeper. Clinical finishing by the Cameroonian international as he equalizes the game for Pearlie's team Junior. Feed Me More has played so well in this game and he has defended so well, but all that's needed by Pearlie's team Junior is the one mistake by Feed Me More, and that's all it took for Pearlie's team Junior to equalize here. Triple substitution, Son Min-hyun, Ibrahimovic and Cristiano Ronaldo brought in at the last minute here. All 3 are strikers by Feed Me More. I wonder what kind of attack he will bring into the fray here. Ronaldo on the offense. Ronaldinho goes for a shot, actually Zlatan Ibrahimovic. But still unable to get that second goal for Feed Me More. End of the second half here, end of regulation time. Look at the possession stats, Lena. 57% in favor of Feed Me More. But all that's needed is that one shot on target by Pearlie's team Junior. And the game is back to square one for both of these two players here. It's Pearlie's against Feed Me More. This is only the first match. And what an exciting matchup we've had so far between these two fantastic players.
We certainly saw Pearlie's team Junior coming back to make the goal that he's been needing the whole game. And he made it at just the right time, bringing it down to extra time now, where he's going to have the chance to pull ahead. Feed me more, however, taking the ball, much more offensive gameplay from him. Well, not much more, keeping to his traditional offensive gameplay.
Oh, tries
Oh,
to
a cheeky
chip!
lob
Oh!
over the keeper. Ooh, that was as close as it gets. A very cheeky chip over the keeper, almost making it inside as well.
Yeah, if not for that off-the-line clearance by the defender, together with the, with the attentions of the other striker inside, that was a very good defending being shown there by Perlis Team Jr. Of course, he has to, in the first place, shut out the through balls coming in the first place. Oh, but this is good opportunity. Perlis Team Jr. What brilliant defending that was by the defensive midfielder. I believe that was Michael Essien. Again, with that last-minute touch to knock the ball away from Zlatan Ibrahimovic. We saw that early in the first half. But Perlis Team Jr. finds a gap in the defense of Feed Me More. And he still goes forward. Perlis Team Jr. He gets the second goal. Perlis Team Jr. cuts it to his left foot to get away from the defender and the goalkeeper, and against the general run of play, it is the former Team Malaysia representative who gets ahead in the first match here. First half of extra time, it is Didier Drogba getting the second goal for Perlis Team Jr. It looks to be the same case as Hanzo for Feed Me More here. Plenty of the possession, much better attacking style, much more entertaining gameplay style, I have to admit. But nothing in terms of the results. Feed Me More finding himself one goal down in extra time. We've come to the end of the first half. There's still the second half to play, of course. A very, very close match this is turning out to be, Leonard.
I definitely couldn't agree more. We see Perlis Team Jr. making the comeback we needed him to make, scoring one goal to secure that extra time, and now scoring another. He'll definitely be after at least a comfort goal of leading 2 goals up. So now we'll have to see what Feed Me More can make of this. Being 1 goal down is not where he wanted to be. From going for a commanding 1-0 lead for nearly the entire game to now suddenly being 1 goal down. Definitely he's going to be worrying about the state of his defense at the moment.
That is correct. And actually, both of these players have had ample opportunities to score their second goal on. And we saw, there was one shot by Feed Me More that just went off the line. Here he is, here's Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Yes, he does. Rounds the goalkeeper. Beautiful footwork, beautiful skill by the Swedish international. It is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Still, look at the strength to shrug off the attentions of that last man defender, getting away from the goalkeeper and slotting it into an empty net. Feed Me More has brought the game back again to square one. It's 2-2 for these two players. I have no clue how this match is going to finish. Perlis Team Jr. on the attack right now. Good defending by the goal scorers. Zlatan Ibrahimovic actually joining the defense there. But Perlis Team Jr. still has the ball. He still has the attack here. Lots of
Surrounded
players,
by defenders there.
Huge
Oh,
scramble.
could this be it right here? Oh, blocked by the
close.
defenders. That would have been a perfect pass.
Oh, dangerous defending right now by by Feed Me More, but that became a brilliant through ball. No offside call at the moment here, and Perlis Team Jr. scrambling to get the ball away. This is a huge scramble we're having at the moment. We're coming into the end of the second half here. It could end in either direction. Feed Me More will go for a cross. He goes inside. Feed Me More with the shot. This is a last-minute goal for Feed Me More. The third goal here. Cristiano Ronaldo at the end of extra time. 120 minutes elapsed in this game. What a finish we have to the game here. Cristiano
Through the
Ronaldo.
defender's legs there as well.
Exactly.
What a shot. What a shot. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I thought it was going to end in a tie, go to penalties. We'll have to see what Perlis Team Jr. can make of his last offensive play here. Oh, it seems Feed Me More is just going to take it. I think this is the end.
Oh, we might actually
could we see
a
another
goal.
goal here? No, keeping it to the keeper there.
And there we have
the
it.
end of our game.
Goodness me, what a match this was. I thought, Feed Me More, at first he had control, and then it just became a huge scramble. After extra time started, the game ended 1-1 in regulation time, and afterwards it was just brilliant end-to-end stuff by both of these two fantastic players. Definitely high on the entertainment scale, but there has to be one winner, and in this first match of the best of 3, it's Feed Me More who proved victorious against his opponent Perlis Team Jr. But of course, best of 3, it's not game over at all for Police Team Junior. Zoid in the previous matchup against Hanzo had this same predicament where he was down in the first game, but he managed to catch up in the second and third game. We might even see something here by Police Team Junior. I will need to rely on your analysis expertise here because I have no clue how to analyze this game. It just went end-to-end sub. Brilliant football, brilliant FO3 we're seeing over here. But how would you rate this game so far? What do you think that, these players can do to somehow improve the gameplay that we're seeing here?
Well, definitely for Perlis, it's keeping control of the ball. He came back, he scored the goals, he was in the lead. He was exactly in the position he wanted to be. All he needed to do was hold it. When he was in that position, I think he should have brought back his offensive line, perhaps brought them more in an active midfield role. We saw Zlatan there really just powering forward through his insufficient defense to take the goal that he needed to bring it home. For Feed Me More there. Feed Me More, on the other hand, I feel he's doing a lot right so far. His offense is powering through Perlis. He's really strong in the offensive line. His midfield is doing well because his offensive players are very, very strong in their pace and physicality. However, I feel conceding the goals to Perlis when he really shouldn't have is costing him so far. He really shouldn't have let those goals. There was one goal from Perlis. There was no hope of defending when he passed it into nearly the 6-yard box. But a lot of the other offensive plays from Perlis on Feed Me More, I feel he should have been able to defend. They were coming from often very far out, nearly straight in the center from the 16-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like, in my opinion, there was a number of times where the defensive line for Police Team Junior just seemed so far high up. I know that he was up against players like Ibrahimovic and Dede Drogba. You're not expecting much pace from them. But you got to take into account just a pure brute force that Zlatan Ibrahimovic and DJ Drogba has. We've seen time and time again Zlatan Ibrahimovic just shouldering the defenders off as if they were just water off a duck's back. Just pushing them away from the midfield line all the way to the penalty box. So you don't really need pace in this game. All you need is some form of control over the ball, and that was what Police Team Junior lacked. The entire game he was behind in possession yet again, and he has a slightly slower gameplay style than Feed Me More, where at least in regulation time it was a slower pace by Police Team Junior. But the players are ready here. Let's go straight into the second match of this best of 3. Remember guys, Feed Me More won the first game 3-2 after extra time. Let's see if Police Team Junior is able to get the game back here. Looks like there's no change in formations, at least from both these two players, at least in the formational sense, as they call the ready signal here. But in terms of personnel, even other than Diego Costa being brought in for Dede Drogba here on the side of Police Team Junior, it's practically the same it's the same identical team for Police Team Junior. On the form of Feed Me More, on the side of Feed Me More, Ronaldo on the left, Hyun Min Son on the right hand side. Still two pacey forwards here on the flanks with one target man striker in the middle, with Ronaldinho providing the calls and the shots in the so-called quarterback role there at center attacking midfield position. But we might be looking at a very identical game to the first half. It was a very close match, highly entertaining first match, however, early on. Let's see if this second match will prove to be at least as entertaining as the first match here as we go into game number 2 of match number 2 today. It's Police Team Junior, this time in the away side. He will be playing in the yellow kit of FC Luzern, and his opponent Feed Me More, one game in hand of course. He will be playing as the home side in the blue of Aruka FC, and he will be playing from left to right. Remember guys, for you guys at home, of course, stay around. There will be codes being shown at the end of this match as well. Once we have found a winner between these two great players here, the codes will be shown. But as it stands here, it is Feed Me More who has the game advantage. One game in hand for him in his best of 3. Is Feed Me More on the attack right now from left to right. Early attack here with the tackle, interception coming in inside the penalty box. But finally Police Team Junior is able to defend and get the ball cleared out of the penalty box. But Michael Essien right now with the ball for Feed Me More. Much more compact defending and attacking from both of these players. Both of them going through the middle there. But Pearly Steam Jr. finally finding some space on the right-hand flank. Villain straight ball all the way to the other flank there. But called offside already in the first few minutes of the game. Hyper attacking stuff from Feed Me More. You're absolutely right. You got it spot on when you mentioned at the start of the first game that Feed Me More goes off on a really fast start, and you're not joking at all, Leonard, on that point.
Quite right. You can see Pearl's Team Junior is struggling to counter this first initial pressure from Feed Me More. He has seen some offensive movement with Zlatan making some good passes for him here, but Feed Me More is in control so far. He's on the offensive 90% of the time, and this is not where you want to be if you're Perlis. So you can see here Perlis trying to come up in the midfield, challenged by a lot of midfielders from Feed Me More. Zlatan, however, is in a good position for Perlis here.
Ooh.
This could be it right here, and it is! Fantastic goal for him. He's going to be very happy, leading 1-0, not even 20 minutes into the game.
And that was actually Perlis Team Junior's first attacking opportunity, actually. Zlatan Ibrahimovic with beautiful ball control on the left-hand side there. So much space in front of him. Passes the ball sweetly into the path of Diego Costa, who was a replacement for Didier Drogba coming into the second game here. And against the run of play in the 19th minute of the game, is actually Feed Me More, who is down a goal behind Pearl's Team Junior. For all his attacks by Feed Me More, he is unable to finish it, and Pearl's Team Junior has the lead. Whether it will be enough to get the much sought after win by Pearl's Team Junior remains to be seen, as Feed Me More goes on the attack down the middle, back to Son Heung-min Hyun. He goes in for the goal there. Hyun Min Son, the new signing by Tottenham Hotspurs, he scores the goal down the middle there. Another replacement player, Son Min Hyun here, trapping the ball inside the penalty box and guiding it past the goalkeeper Petr Cech. Beautiful gameplay, beautiful build-up here by Feed Me More, and immediate riposte to Pearl's Team Junior's goal early on in the 90th minute. 26 minutes in the game, and already 2 goals by both of these players. The score is now held at 1-1. Pearl's Team Junior on the attack on the right-hand side, tackled well by Feed Me More. However, an attacking throw-in there on the right-hand side goes to waste there by Pearl's Team Junior, as we see yet another fast lightning counter attack there by Feed Me More, but finally stopped in his tracks by Pearl's Team Junior. It looks like the defensive structure for Feed Me More is kind of all over the place here, as we see here with not Didier Drogba, but Diego Costa getting the 1-2 pass together with Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He gets the second goal of the game for Pearl's Team Junior. We're getting a goal every 10 minutes. If this keeps up, we're going to see a cricket match, cricket scoreline at the rate we're going.
At the rate we're going, you might see double figures from these teams. We've seen some great goals, actually, from both these teams so far. Feed Me More currently on the back foot, but he's shown that that's nothing to stop him from scoring a goal. As we saw, minutes after Pearl's Team Junior's first goal, he came back and scored his own. So now we'll have to see what he can make of this.
Feed Me More on the attack, stopped dead in his tracks there by the defender. Excellent defending as he goes on a counter attack here, Pearl's Team Junior, but he gets stopped in his tracks as well. We're coming into the end of first half here with the team in blue in the lead. It's Pearl's Team Junior, the representative for Malaysia in Vietnam, who is in the lead right now. But in terms of the overall gameplay, he is down 1-0. He has to win this match, Pearl's Team Junior, if he is to stay in contention to getting that automatic qualification as representative. Maybe he can get a third goal here. What a brilliant header there! A beautiful cross onto the head of Zlatan Ibrahimovic on the depth of the first half here. So much space on the right-hand side. Beautifully crossed by the player on the right. I believe that was Gareth Bale, if I'm not mistaken, on his weaker right foot onto the head of Zlatan Ibrahimovic. And wow, what a match we're seeing here. Feed Me More, so impressive in the start of this match, is now down 3-1. I'm sensing deja vu with this first match and with the match between Hanzo and Zoid early on. Zoid was not in control in the first game, but went on a rampage on his comeback basically, and we're seeing the exact same thing here by Police Team Junior. Not having much control in the first game, losing 3-2 after extra time to Feed Me More. But from the second game, much better show by Police, especially on offense here, scoring 3 goals to 1 compared to his opponent Feed Me More. And at the rate we're going, I do not think the scoreline will stay this way.
I definitely don't think so. We're seeing a lot of great movement from the offense on both these players. Defense really struggling to keep out the offensive plays of both these teams. I sincerely think we're going to be seeing at least a 4th or 5th goal from these teams.
Exactly. It's just a matter of who is going to score it, but as it stands here, as we go into the start of the second half, Police Team Junior has the lead in this match. 3 goals to 1. He is attacking on the ball right now, playing from left to right in the blue of Aruka, FC Aruka, whereas his opponent, Feed Me More, he has won the first match early on, 3 goals to 2 after extra time. He is on the back foot right now in the yellow kit of FC Luzern. Sorry, he's in the yellow kit of Aruka FC actually, and he is on the defense right now. But Police Team Junior is on a 1-on-2 defensive position, but he manages to get the ball away as Police Team Junior collects the ball on the right hand flank. But what do you think Feed Me More has to do in this game here to come back? Because he has performed so well in the first half. Oh, he might get a goal here, and there we have a 4th goal actually by Police Team Junior. The defense for Feed Me More just totally gone to shambles basically. 4 goals conceded. We must remember that there was absolutely no changes in terms of formation, positioning, and even the defenders, I believe, are pretty much identical for both of these players over the course of the 2 games. But we're seeing a vast difference in attack an attack and scoreline compared to the first game. It is Feed Me More who is struggling very badly against Police Team Junior. It's 4 goals to 1, and we're coming into the 62nd minute of the game, and Police Team Junior does not seem content with only 4 goals, Leonard.
No, I don't think he is. He definitely wants to go for blood. He senses it. He knows if he can absolutely crush Feed Me More, he's going to hurt his confidence when we come into the next game. And with a score of 4-1, he's going to be very happy indeed. Oh, a ball left open right there. Feed Me More really struggling to get through Perlis team at the moment. Perlis team showing why he is one of the greatest players so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Police Team Junior, he going for 5th right now here with Diego Costa. Skill moves inside the box there. Such confidence by this young player is Police Team Junior. In the middle, look at the string of passes beautifully crafted by Police Team Junior. But he has to defend right now. It's 3-on-3 right now with Fernando Torres, the substitute, on the right-hand side for Feed Me More. That's what a waste opportunity there by Feed Me More. Should have at least attempted for a second goal. Oh, but the goalkeeper made a mistake, throwing the ball directly into the path of a striker there. Police Team Junior has to hack that ball out of the danger area because he can't afford to make any more defensive mistakes. Sure, he is ahead by 3 goals in the 80th minute, but still he has to show his dominance in this game here. Police Team Junior, surely he's going to end this game as a victor, but maybe beautiful turn.
What a
roulette.
A beautiful roulette. Beautiful
skills
absolutely
there.
Skipped past the defender there. I can't say anymore. It was a beautiful move. I can't compliment a great move. They did that.
Just took the words away from our mouths there, because that was a fantastic imagination and creativity by Police Team Junior to use the skill move to get away from the defender. Suddenly finds himself 1-on-1, and what a demolishing we're seeing here. Feed Me More, poor thing, can't even get a second goal there. 86 minutes have elapsed. Surely it is a win for Police Team Junior, and he is still in contention for that second ticket to South Korea to represent Team Malaysia in the International Grand Finals. But he's actually going for a 6. Ruthless by Police Team Junior there as he shows off his variety of skill moves there. What skills we are seeing by this young player here. Police Team Junior, he was actually called as the weak link so far in the previous tournament, where the where Team Malaysia consisted of Hanzo, Old, and Police Team Junior. He was the so-called noob player, the weakling, the weakest player of the three, but he is showing amazing, entertaining football, at least in the second match here. And what a twist of fate right now for Feed Me More, being so dominant at the start of this second match, ending the game 5-1 in the favor of his opponents. You know, Feed Me More, he just very much lost it after the second or third goal, basically. After the third goal at the end of the first half, he just tried to keep going for the jugular, but I think it was a gamble gone to waste. But, you know, he still has another chance, of course, Feed Me More. Perlis is taking his chances beautifully at the moment. Feed Me More winning the first match 3-2 after extra time. But Perlis Team Junior, what a comeback we're seeing here. 5-1 in the second match. And if the previous matchup between Hanzo and Zoid is to be any indicator of this match here, it looks at Perlis Team Junior having the morale of a 5-1 thrashing over his opponent, might have, you know, the guts to take the win away from Feed Me More.
Quite right. Perlis is going to be feeling very confident now, having thoroughly trounced his opponent, Feed Me More, 5-1. Definitely not a nice position for Feed Me More to be in. So we'll have to see now how Feed Me More is going to change his lineup as we move into the screen here.
You know, I'm so happy I'm commentating the games we've had so far today, because we started on a great matchup between Hanzo and Zoy, and Feed Me More and Perlis just upped the ante. I was just hoping for a match that is at least as entertaining as the one between Hanzo and Zoy, but they have been proving us, you know, that they can play much better FO3 football, with Perlis Team Junior showing, you know, Feed Me More that, you know, you might be able to beat me in the first match, you might be able to dominate the first few minutes of the second match, but in the end, Perlis Team Junior shows his stuff, shows what he has in his caliber. Let's take a look at the last lineups for this final game. Feed Me More actually going directly forward here. He has totally abandoned his 4-2-1-3 formation. He's going for a somewhat similar 4-1-1-4 formation. It's going to be a 4-1-1-4 against 4-1-1-4 mirror matchup here with Feed Me More saying that he's ready. It's Petacek in goal, Maicon at right back, David Alaba the left back, Nemanja Matic actually being deployed at centre back alongside Sergio Ramos, Esteban Cambiaso ahead of them at defensive midfield. Another big opening in the middle here by Ronaldinho, deployed as a right attacking midfielder but placed in the center of the park. Gareth Bale, the right winger. Centre forward is Ibrahimovic, and the front two of Fernando Torres with Cristiano Ronaldo. Looking at Perlis Team Junior's lineup in terms of positioning as well as formation, no changes whatsoever I'm seeing here. Diego Costa being brought out in favour of Didier Drogba yet again. Diego Costa being the provider of 2 goals, we must remember, in the second match there. But it seems that Feed Me More is, you know, fed up with his earlier formation of 4-2-1-3. He's just going for the jugular. I'm not sure if Feed Me More has gone full tilt at the moment there, because he has gone for the counter attacks, the lightning quick counter attacks, but it's not been working at all for him in the second match here. What if we're seeing Feed Me More going on tilt? You know, in this game with such an experienced player at Perlis Team Junior, you gotta have a cool, calm head on your shoulders. I'm not so sure. I can't guarantee that Feed Me More has one on him right now.
We'll have to see. His lineup that we saw there is certainly a very one-sided, all-or-nothing affair. Not really the place you want to be when you're starting the match. Maybe when it's nearing the end, the final quarter of the game, you can change the lineup to something so drastic. But we've seen a lot of very offensive plays from him so far, so we'll have to see how Perlis is going to react to it. Perlis actually himself changing his strategy. From what we saw yesterday, he was taking his time a lot, learning from Feed Me More here, going straight for the goal. We saw him taking his time yesterday. Perlis Team Junior passing the ball around, trying to spread out the defenders. He's obviously seen that with Feed Me More's tactic, his best option is to just go for it. He knows now that Feed Me More's defense is not as strong. He knows he just needs to go for the goal and take the shot when and where he can. And
he has reaped the rewards instantaneously. In the second minute of the match, Pearl's Team Junior actually scores the first goal of this tiebreaker match. This is game number 3 of this best of 3 between Pearl's Team Junior and Feed Me More. Pearl's Team Junior in the lead right now. He has a lot of defending to do. Feed Me More trying to weave the ball inside the box again. Feed Me More. He actually just dribbles the ball out for a goal kick. Feed Me More is the play in orange, playing from left to right. He is in a deficit right now. 1-0. Pearl's Team Junior playing from left to right. He has the goal advantage here, playing from left to right in the dark blue attire of FC Luzern. And you mentioned, Leo, that he has to go for it, and Pearl's Team Junior is definitely going for it. But a weak shot there by Zlatan Ibrahimovic. A little bit more power and he will have gotten his second goal of the game there, Pearl's Team Junior. But another counter-attack there by Feed Me More, but it looks like Pearl's Team Junior has had his defensive structure on point at the moment here. But at this instance, his attack got broken down by the defenders of Feed Me More. You know, earlier on in the first goal, we saw that Pearl's Team Junior just going straight for the long through ball over the top of the centre backs there, and that's proved. He has reaped his rewards instantaneously there. Feed Me More on the ball, however, going for the long range shot there. Finesse from outside the box, almost beating the goalkeeper, but saved acrobatically by the goalkeeper here, Petacek, keeping the score still at 1-0. However, Pearl's Team Junior has a corner kick to defend. There is a short option for Feed Me More just now, but it will be Fernando Torres to take the free kick. No, it's Gareth Bale to take the corner kick. In swinger here, onto the head of Nemanja Matic, but it sails harmlessly over the post to keep the score still at 1-0 in favor of Pearl's Team Junior after 25 minutes of the match.
Pearl's Team Junior now has control of the ball. He's quite happy, I reckon, to stay at this 1-0 lead. He's now being a lot more passive from that first goal we saw, although he's certainly still being offensive here. Great pass through the middle. Faking the shot. Zlatan, straight through the corner, right next to the post. 2-0. He now has one comfort safety zone goal to protect him from Feed Me's more offense.
Absolutely ruthless gameplay there. Look at the passing and look at the creativity again. Not going for the immediate shot there by Fernando Torres. Actually goes for a fake shot first to make his defender stumble. The shot eventually still got blocked, but it bounced into the path of another striker, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, just powers it into the far corner of the goal. 2-0 for Pearl's Team Junior. And again, it's only the 34th minute of the game, but beautiful through ball into the path of Ronaldo for Feed Me More, as he almost slides it into goal there, just on the wrong side of the post with his so-called weaker foot, Cristiano Ronaldo. Feed Me More showing that he still has what it takes to get the attack down right, but he needs to score a goal. He's down 2 goals to nil. He needs to convert his chances, and he has not been showing the ruthless aggression being shown by Pearl's Team Junior. And again, look at the amount of space given by the defenders of Feed Me More towards the attackers of Pearl's Team Junior. But Feed Me More now has the ball. Not many in terms of support in front of him, but Ronaldo managing to beat one defender. He actually manages to squeeze the ball underneath the goalkeeper. 2-1 right now here. Still in favor of Pearl's Team Junior, but at least the deficit has been halved from 2-0 to 2-1 here for Feed Me More. Feed Me More showing that he can still score. Remember, guys, whoever wins this match here wins that second automatic qualification ticket as a member of Team Malaysia for the International Grand Finals to be held in South Korea later this year. We've already had Zoid being declared as the winner of the first match, so he is the first representative. One of these players will be the second representative. At the moment, it's Pearl's Team Junior as he goes in for the third goal. Pearl's Team Junior almost immediately, just 3 minutes in game time after Feed Me More scored his first goal. Pearl's Team Junior showing that burst of space by Didier Drogba to get away from the defender who made that desperate lunge towards Drogba, but it was not enough to bring the Ivorian down as he scores his third goal quite comfortably. Possession stats kind of similar here, 48 to 52, but in terms of goals scored, Pearly Steam Jr. still completely in control. 3 goals to 1 in favor of this man here playing in the blue kit of FC Luzern. Could have even been more than that, but I am seeing a repeat of the second game here. Feed Me More has complete control of the first game. Pearly Steam Jr. has had complete control of the third game. Sure, Feed Me More has had a few opportunities, one of them resulting in that goal. But overall, I think it will take a lot of hard work for Feed Me More to get a comeback happening in this third game.
Pearly Steam Jr. again scoring to keep his comfort zone, that safety zone of 1 goal, well and alive. Feed Me More here with a chance. Not quite managing to convert it. Pearly Steam Jr. still in defense here. He's got a good chance. Blocked by 2 defenders. Still in control of the ball. Goes out. I believe that's for a corner. It is indeed. He has a chance here. Going for the header. Oh, very far out. A solid attempt, but Zlatan not able to get there. Blocked by the defender there, as you can see in the corner.
Yeah, the corner kicks, it's now pretty much in the meta game right now to aim for a tall player at the far post, basically, because that kind of ball, that kind of long corner kick will actually confuse the goalkeeper AI enough in order for him not to catch the ball. But in this case, not successfully done here by Feed Me More. Pearly Steam Jr. again, good build-up play just outside the box, but nothing happening for him in that attack there. Feed Me More desperately needs to get a hold of himself in the attacking opportunities, because he's just not getting into the right positions. Feed Me More here, he's getting the passes down, but basically it's still his weakness is getting the ball, the final pass into his attacking third here. Here's Feed Me More on the ball right now. Much more patient build-up play, good passing between the players in orange there for Feed Me More, but in the end, eventually, he still loses the ball to Pearly Steam Jr., who has shown very stout defending
Pearly
in
Steam
his
Jr.
half.
now in the offense here. Zlatan way in the open. Oh, losing it to a poor roulette. Not the greatest choice. Feed Me More now has the chance to go on the offensive here. He's got some good passes, a lot of defenders in his way, but they're still equally played. All right, this could be it. Feed Me More with a lob in. Not enough. Taken out by Perlis. Feed Me More still in possession, however. Passing the ball, loses it to Perlis. Perlis now in the offensive, taking his time. Good pass to the midfield. Still in control, Perlis. Another pass. Zlatan outnumbered by the defenders. A deep pass to the right wing. And taken out by Feed Me More. The defenders stopping a good pass there.
We're getting into near to the end of the second half, near to the end of the game. Actually, this is a tiebreaker game. If the score stays at this way until the end of the game, it is Pearly Steam Jr. who gains automatic qualification as a member of Team Malaysia. Feed Me More is desperately trying to go for a second goal here. He needs to find his second goal firstly, but Pearly Steam Jr., the positioning of his defenders absolutely fantastic, and the positioning of his attackers as well has been equally good as well here. Attack on the right hand side. Ronaldinho, time and space to burn, of course. He has the lead, he has the time in his favor. 87th minute of the game inside here. Wayne Rooney, maybe he might go for a long range shot. Is Didier Drogba tackled at the last moment by Feed Me More as he goes for the last minute attack, but I think it's too little too late. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into the end of the third game here. Feed Me More, at best he will get a second goal from this attack, but it will not be enough time to get a third equalizer goal as he concedes that foul here. Anytime, Pearly Steam Jr. actually calls for the GG, and we should have the referee calling time on this game at any moment. Still, this is a very long 1 minute of extra time. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we have a comeback victory on our hands here. Early on, we saw Zoid defeating his opponent Hanzo after being down 3-2 in this first match. Pearly Steam Jr. similarly was down 3-2 in the first match, but what a show from him in the last 2 matches, defeating Feed Me More 5-1 in the second game, and then magically with such a magical performance, I mean, by Police Team Junior, just suddenly turned on, his turned on all his skills at his disposal. It was as if he used the first match as a warm-up, but he was absolutely ruthless there in the second and third match here. And 3 goals to 1 in this third match, with Police Team Junior getting that second ticket to represent Team Malaysia in the international grand finals to be held in South Korea later this year. So far we have had two representatives confirmed. It's Zoid and Police Team Junior who will be the third representative. We're gonna have a slew of matches after this as well, where we're gonna first see Old versus Hanzo, and after that Selangor Team Junior against Feed Me More, and the winners of both of these two matches will face off in the final match to see who's the third representative for Team Malaysia.
Quite right. And now we are going to move on to what a lot of you have been waiting for. Coming up here will be the codes that it's the bonuses from the codes that you can get. You can see our first one there. Our code will now be coming up on the screen below. Just one moment. And there we have our code. It expires in 5 minutes. Would you like to read it?
Wow, yeah, I'm sure a lot of the old timers here would have by now they've paused the screen. But for you guys who can't really see the screen right now, the code is MRQFU2M TEZX TCQ3E. So what you guys gotta do is to head on down to coupon.fo3.garena.com and input that code inside. It's absolutely free. You will get pretty decent rewards from this. So just head on down to the website coupon.fo3.garena.com, input that code inside, and you will walk away with some cool rewards as well. As we mentioned, that we have already found 2 players to represent Malaysia. Up next, in about a few minutes time, we will have Old versus Hanzo. Remember, whoever who loses this match will be eliminated from the tournament. That means one former Team Malaysia representative will have to go home, not having the honor of representing his homeland anymore. And after that, we're going to have Selangor Team Junior up against Feed Me More, who has to be absolutely devastated after such a trouncing by Police Team Junior. And the winner of those 2 matches will face off against each other in the final matchup. We still have another few matches to go. A few more codes will also be given out later on. So of course, guys, stick around for more exciting FO3 action and so for freebie codes as well. Stay around, guys. We're not going anywhere. I'm Evil Sword. He's Leo. We'll see you guys in a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the FIFA Online 3 Fantasy Road to Korea. Today we have our Malaysian players, for those who don't know. Coming up next, we have the first losers bracket between Old and Hanzo. Two players who are both from the former team, now playing against each other to see who will have the chance to go onto this year's team on the road to Korea.
Yeah, that's right. There's 4 players all vying for that last solitary spot. There's only 3 tickets available to represent Team Malaysia in South Korea. The first ticket was won by Zoid, who defeated Hanzo in that comeback earlier on today. After losing 3-2 in the first match, he came back and won the next 2 matches pretty decisively. So Zoid got that first ticket, and Pearly's team Junior has got his second ticket for the second tournament in a row after representing Malaysia in the previous international grand finals in Vietnam. He is back on the plane, this time to represent Team Malaysia again to South Korea. And this time we only have 1 ticket remaining. It's between Old and Hanzo, Selangor Team Junior and Feed Me More. Any of them lose these games and they are out of contention. They will have to stay home. Only the winners will get to proceed to the next round into the third representative match. We're going to go straight into the match here. Firstly, between Old and Hanzo. Both of them teammates for the team that went to Vietnam, now finding themselves vying for that 1 spot here. One of them will have to stay in Malaysia. The other go on and fight for one last battle for that last spot. Let's take a look at the lineup for Old. Firstly, it's 4-2-1-3 being deployed by him. As always, Mano Neuer in goal, Maicon the right back, Sergio Ramos the left back, with Vidic partnering Rio Ferdinand, the Manchester United duo in centre-back position. Michael Essien partners Nemanja Matic in defensive midfield. Ronaldinho, the centre attacking midfielder, he will provide the shots too. Cristiano Ronaldo, Zlatan Ibrahimovic on the right, and Didier Drogba up front. Looking at his teammate Hanzo, he has played so far with two formations so far today, a 4-1-3-2 and a 4-4-2. He has shown a lot more promise with the 4-4-2 formation, but it did result in a 1-0 loss against Zoid in the second match against the said player here. So I'm wondering whether it will be the second time lucky for Hanzo as he lines up with this 4-4-2 formation. It's Petacek in goal, Maicon the right back, Luke Shaw the left back, with the centre backs in the form of Ferdinand and Sergio Ramos. Cambiaso behind Michael Essien, the 2 defensive midfielders. Gareth Bale, the right attacking midfielder, with Ronaldinho, the left midfielder, and the 2 strikers, Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Diego Costa. It looks like both the players are ready, so we will not waste any more time. We'll go straight into the match here between Old and Hanzo. But Leo, judging from what you saw from how Hanzo played in the second match against Zoid, using the same formation here, again up against a 4-2-1-3 formation. He lost the first time around against Zoid. This time it's against Old, who is has a lot more experience than Zoid, but Old did lose to Zoid as well in order for him to reach this stage. So, what do you think we might see in this matchup between both of these 2 former teammates?
Well, both these players are definitely going to be quite familiar with each other's playstyle, having played before, so they're both seem to have slightly changed their positioning and player positioning to try and reflect this matchup. I suspect they're going to spend a bit of time in this first half, each trying to figure out how the other is playing, learning their defensive positions. Just going to see very kind of slow gameplay for the first few minutes.
Yeah, you're right, because Old is definitely well known for his slow, methodical approach to FO3 football here. Hanzo is actually known as the one who is a little bit more adventurous with his attacking playstyle, although we didn't see that much adventure from him in his first match against Zoid. As we start the first half here is Hanzo with the cross in, brilliant save by the goalkeeper, but the second bite at the cherry proves to be the first goal there for Diego Costa. The second attempt on goal converted into a goal there it is Hanzo in the lead. He is playing from right to left. He has to defend right now, losing the ball on the left hand side by Old, who moves in the cross, but there's nobody inside whatsoever. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, however, intercepts that. Didier Drogba is in a good position to shoot. He tries to pass it left towards Cristiano Ronaldo, but it was blocked by a defender. I believe that was Esteban Cambiaso by Hanzo. He goes on the counter attack here down the middle. Gareth Bale on his favorite left foot, passes to Ronaldinho on the left hand side, gets it back to Luke Shaw. Hanzo building up a little bit slowly here. Ronaldinho, the cross, looking for Diego Costa yet again. Clearance only as far as Luke Shaw, that's a wasted opportunity, because Luke Shaw just passed it directly into the path of Didier Drogba. But I think Drogba, or rather Old, panicked a little bit, uncharacteristically panicking there by Old, as he has to defend again on the right hand side. Gareth Bale going for another cross. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, so much space in the middle, and he skies that header into the stands. That is really uncharacteristic of Zlatan, and it could have been a second goal for Hanzo. Nothing happening there, but it looks that Hanzo is content with going to the wings, getting the crosses in to either Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Diego Costa to get his goals inside.
Now we're seeing Hanzo making the correct positioning, the correct plays for these lob-ins to the defenders. As I said, he needed a much more physical offensive line, exactly as demonstrated. He needs that more physicality, the taller players, bring it down on the chest for the kick past the goalkeeper, the headers as well. Old is immediately having to change his club settings, very sensible. I wouldn't keep the same positioning as he's done so far.
Yeah, this is the exact gameplay style being shown by Hanzo in his 1-0 loss against Zoid in game number 2 of the best of 3 between Hanzo and Zoid. See, the thing is, he has the correct mentality. His defense is set up right. He uses the wings pretty effectively, but his choice in center forwards, in strikers, back then in that second game, Luis Suarez and I believe it was Gareth Bale as a striker as well. There's no physicality whatsoever in terms of in the striking department. Oh, but here is the striker. Didier Drogba gets 1 goal back here for all. So his change, immediate as it was, reaps an immediate response there, immediate reward I mean by Old, as he claws his way back here, 2 goals to 1, and that is a good response there by Old, the legendary player from Malaysia. He has to defend again, however, this time Hanzo, who is looking to utilize the wings yet again. As we mentioned beforehand, Luis Suarez is a fantastic striker, but when you're utilizing the wings, you need more physicality on the wings there. Zlatan Ibrahimovic is on the wings right now, but there is still Diego Costa in the middle to receive the cross, but no cross coming from Zlatan Ibrahimovic as the end of the first half comes into the game here. 2 goals to 1 in favor of Hanzo, and the possession statistics vastly in favor of Hanzo as well. 64% to only 36 by Old here. So, I can't really say it's one-way traffic, but in terms of attacking opportunities, a vast majority of it has been going to Hanzo's way. His 4-4-2 formation really suits his play style, his possession-based wing play game style here. And yeah, he's been reaping the rewards. However, Old, he has shown the experience, the sensibility to call for the timeout immediately when he knew that his players are all over the pitch. And, he reaped his rewards with that immediate goal there. So it's not all hope lost yet for Old. As we start the second half here with Hanzo in possession, playing from left to right in the red of Arsenal against Old, down by a deficit of only 1 goal. He has a bit of defending too. He's in the green attire of Tours FC, the French team. He has plenty of defending to do here actually. Hanzo with a brilliant 2 ball. Nobody to meet that. Driven cross, which actually evaded the goalkeeper, but nobody to meet that at the other end here. And Hanzo gets the intercept off and goes again for an attack down the middle, hounded by the player by Old as he concedes a free kick inside his half of the pitch.
Hanzo now having to slow the gameplay down, waiting for Ibrahimovic to come up. Whoa, chasing straight there. Old holding it for the defenders. You can see a lot of offensive pressure there. Zlatan chasing the ball. Old really struggling to get it out of his half at the moment. Potentially losing the ball here. Oh, good pass.
Excellent pass there by Oldham, managing to get past the two defenders. There was hounding his attacker there, but Didier Drogba unable to latch on to that ball. Dangerous defending by the goalkeeper, but still he managed to get the ball out of the danger area, and that's all that matters for Hanzo right now. He goes on the attack on the down the middle. I mean, Maicon assisting Gareth Bale on the right flank. Forward on the left side is Ronaldinho. Back to Luke Shaw as he slowly builds up the play. 17 minutes have elapsed in the game, and Hanzo knows he has the lead. He has the possession in his favor. Gareth Bale right now, he's not looking aggressively forward. He saw a chance, but it was well intercepted by the defender. Old now has to strike forward and move forward. He does on the left-hand side with Cristiano Ronaldo. Link-up play. Good link-up play between the players in green here. Maicon, the right back, assisting the attack. Zlatan Ibrahimovic loses the ball, however, with a wayward pass towards the striker for Hanzo. As Hanzo regains possession, back with the defenders. Here's Nemanja Matic for the ball for Hanzo. Very patient play for both of these players. Both of them know that all that's needed is just one attack on target to get the goal that they need, actually. And here is Zlatan Ibrahimovic for Old, actually being tackled, but no foul call by the referee. Not even an advantage call there as the gameplay goes on. Zlatan Ibrahimovic left alone all by himself up there to face 4 defenders, and not much support in terms of all. I think in order for Old to succeed in the next game, he has to push a lot more attackers up front. Compared to Hanzo, whenever Hanzo loses the ball, there's always 4 or 5 players attacking the defensive players of Old. On the other hand, when Hanzo's defenders has the ball, not much pressure is being shown by the strikers of Old. As Hanzo gets the ball back here, 90th minutes have elapsed. A whip cross inside, not enough time to get a counter attack down here. Old, getting the goal late in the first half, but the second half, I have to mention, is a drab affair, and it ends the same way as it did in the first half with a 2-1 scoreline here, and Hanzo gets the first game in his belt. Of course, we are still following a best of 3 format all the way for all our matches today, so it's not game over yet for Old. He has shown a little bit of a potential there at the end of the first half, but second half, it pretty much shows that both of the teams neutralize each other. Old and Hanzo, like you mentioned earlier in the game, they know each other so well. They were, of course, former teammates, so they have trained with each other and so on. So it looks like to see, it's a matter of who is able to be a little bit more creative and think outside the box, in order to defeat his opponent here. And at the moment, it is Hanzo who has the lead 2 goals to 1. But this whole day has been about comebacks, and if Old is able to get a comeback, I really won't be surprised. I've pretty much seen everything there is today.
Not a surprise there. From our past 2 games already, you can see Zoid losing the first game and then coming back to win. Perlis losing the first game and then coming back to win. Could we about to see Old coming back to win his round and potentially take his seat on the Malaysian team?
Yeah, we could actually, because like we mentioned before, in the previous 2 games, the losers of the first game always had trouble warming up. Again, we got to remember, this is Old's first competitive match of the game, so there might be an issue of not having warmed up enough. But he has to absolutely win this match here, Old, because if he does not win this game, he will definitely be knocked out of the tournament, and he will be the first former representative to actually get kicked out of the team, when Hanzo will then be able to qualify into the next round. It's not the end of the road yet for Old, but he absolutely has to win this match here. We have lots of changes actually by both of these players, not only by Old but by Hanzo as well. Let's take a look at the Victor's lineup firstly. He has reverted to his so-called default 4-1-3-2 formation. It's Petacek in goal, Sergio Ramos at right back, David Luiz with Nemanja Matic at centre back, Luke Shaw on the left hand side, Michael Essien right in front of them, Gareth Bale being deployed as a central midfielder. Interesting choice there with Hyun Min Son at the right midfield position, Cristiano Ronaldo the left winger, and up front It's Luis Suarez making an appearance yet again, this time with Diego Costa as his partner here. Old goes for a dramatic change. No longer is he using his trusted 4-2-1-3. He's going all out with a 4-2-2-2 formation. This is his attacking formation that he likes to use. He's Petacek in goal, Ramos at right back, Ferdinand with Vidic centre back, Essien the left back, Gerrard right behind Nemanja Matic. And then up front we have Gareth Bale, the right midfielder, Ronaldo, the left winger. Centre forward is Ibrahimovic, supporting Didier Drogba, the central striker. Now Hanzo has reverted back to a more pacier centre forward lineup with Diego Costa alongside Luis Suarez. Might that be a change too many for Hanzo? He likes to make these changes even though he's winning. I do understand a change or two here and there, maybe a change of formation, but is that a change too many for Hanzo?
It does seem a bit drastic for him, considering he's already in a winning situation. However, with Old, as they know each other, it probably is not a bad thing to try and switch up his team. Maybe not the members, but at least all their positionings. Old himself has made a few changes here, as you can see, obviously planning to try and take the offensive away from Hanzo.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And remember, this is game number 2 of this best of 3 between Old and Hanzo. The loser of this matchup, one of them will definitely have to go home empty-handed. And both of these players are former teammates from Team Malaysia in the former international grand finals held at Vietnam not too long ago, actually, just held last week. Hanzo has the lead. He has the opportunity here. It's back to Luke Shaw on the left-hand side as Hanzo slows the game down a little bit here. Gareth Bale deployed as central midfield. Space it left to Cristiano Ronaldo. The cross, the deep cross, looking for Diego Costa, and he gets the first goal here. 7 minutes inside the game. A brilliant cross, hard and true, onto the chest of Diego Costa, who chests and controls that ball down. Beautiful on his left foot, smashes it past the goalkeeper. Old has to win this game, but he has just gotten himself deeper and deeper into the quicksand that he has put himself into. The quagmire that has put himself into, actually, and right now he has to score. He definitely has to at least score 1 goal if he is to stay in this competition. He has a long through ball on the right hand side onto the path of Gareth Bale. Who does he fancy in the middle there? So many red shirts there as Old passes directly into the path of Hanzo. Attacking down the right hand side. Sergio Ramos, the right back, joining the fray here as Hanzo sprays it to his right again. Hyun Min Son on the right hand side. Will he go for yet another cross? We spoke about how there's not much physicality there. Oh, but is he offside? He actually stole the ball away from his teammate. Had he not been there, that striker, it could have actually been a second goal. But he stole the ball away from the teammate, and the goalkeeper is able to make that save. Hastily cleared out by Old. But again, Hanzo skips past the challenge of the defender. Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, another in-swinger here. Diego Costa, yet again.
Those crosses into the 6-yard line are just absolutely making this game for Hanzo right now. He just can't go wrong, it seems.
Absolutely not. Cristiano Ronaldo with his left foot, the crosses directly onto the chest, not onto the head of the strikers, but onto the chest of the strikers. Beautifully driven crosses. Oh, Didier Drogba almost getting a shot off. Last ditch tackle by the defender there. I believe that was Nemanja Matic with the defensive tackle there. It could have been 2-1 for Old, but Hanzo goes on attack yet again. Old stops in his tracks with Rio Ferdinand with that great tackle. Zlatan Ibrahimovic gets past one defender. Can he get past the second? David Luiz is there with the important last man tackle yet again. 35 minutes have elapsed and Hanzo brings the ball forward. He's showing that he wants to complete this match with only 2 games. Luis Suarez trying to latch on to that through ball by Diego Costa, who has scored 2 goals so far. Pretty identical goals, chesting the ball down by Cristiano Ronaldo, the driven cross in. Let's see whether Old can replicate that here. Is off the post this time. We saw this happen to Hanzo, and this time it's Old that has the bad luck here, with Zlatan Ibrahimovic able to latch on to that header to latch onto that cross with that header, but smashes it into the post, out into safety. And Old, he's trying as hard as he can to get that goal, but nothing's going right for Old at the moment. Remember, he has to win this game in order to stay in the tournament. But he's just scoring one goal is already difficult for him, let alone trying to win this match. But he has to win or he's out of the tournament.
Old is really struggling here to get out of his own half. He's being chased by the offensive players a lot. We're called for halftime, however. 2-0 against Old. It does seem impossible odds. Halftime. All his opponent has to do is stay. Hanzo just has to keep the game the way it is. Keep doing those crosses into the box. It's totally working for him so far. He'll have to see if Old can maybe find a counter for it. Diego Costa making 2 fabulous goals right there.
Could have been third one here, but that was a beautiful save by the goalkeeper. It's interesting to note that with a 4-4-2 formation earlier on, which, we expected more of such crosses like this, but it is when he's using a 4-1-3-2 formation that has reaped the rewards for Hanzo. We're going to start off the second half here with Hanzo in a lead, not unassailable. Still, there is a chance for Old to score 2 goals within this second half here and get the win he so desperately needs. But he just needs to get a shot on target firstly. He was unlucky with that header early on, that rattled off the post. As Cristiano Ronaldo, controlled by Hanzo, beautifully did there, gets past one defender but unable to weave a through ball at the second time there. Gareth Bale at the right midfield position for Old, being out-muscled by the defender, but he concedes a corner kick, a dangerous corner kick here early in the second half by Old. He goes in deep, but there's nobody there, but the defender hits it straight towards an attacker by Old who was not able to control the ball fully and comfortably. But that's a great tackle by Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he get a cross in as good as his opponent, where he falls into Nemanja Matic? Nemanja Matic goes for a pass that goes to nowhere. Perhaps if he had gone for a shot, he might actually ended up into the back of the net, or at least drawn out a save by the goalkeeper. But Old chose to go for the pass, and now he has to defend as a result of that. Drawing the foul out is Hanzo as he wins a free kick inside Old's half here. 65 minutes have elapsed, but Old is just struggling to keep the ball, let alone get a shot in, let alone score, let alone win. It's really stacked against Old's favor right now. He needs, some sort of change, I believe, in order for him to get any sort of result here. Here's Old. One of the defender goes for a chip. Acrobatically saved there by the goalkeeper. Only as far the clearance goes out of the box. Just outside the box, I mean. Here's Didier Drogba. Again, bad control by Didier Drogba. The lack of control by the attackers have cost Old dearly so far. He could have gotten at least, 2 goals if not for the lack of control. But now Old has yet another chance. What can he do here? Oh, it looks like Hanzo's defending pretty soundly. He wants to win this with only 2 goals inside. Oh, what in the world? Was it the goalkeeper? That was the goalkeeper.
I think that was the goalkeeper coming out there.
Yeah, it looks like Old. He's just given up, I think. It's 80th minute in the game, and yeah, the goalkeeper is chasing. The goalkeeper is chasing Hanzo around, and Hanzo knows it. He just stops the gameplay. I think Old is, has conceded defeat. I think he knows that, the lead is a little bit, too much to catch up to. He's 80 minutes in the game. I think he's just out here for a little bit of fun, but a little bit weird to see the goalkeeper out front there.
Certainly not something you'd expect to see in a normal game.
Absolutely not. But here comes Hanzo with a attacking free kick here. Luis Suarez has the ball on the left-hand side. This time the goalkeeper Petacek is not checked. Oh, as soon as I say it, the goalkeeper goes out. It's an open goal, however, but Old is able to get the defense out here. 90 minutes have elapsed, and ladies and gentlemen, I think it is safe to declare that Old has been knocked out of this tournament. Actually, a decent run by him, but stopped in his tracks at first by Zoid, And now by his teammate Hanzo, he's just inching slowly forward. This has to be the slowest goal in FIFA Online 3 history.
Oh, no.
Not even a consolation goal there by Old. But of course, in real life, I'm sure they're actually good friends. You know, they did represent Malaysia together. And now, you know, sadly, they're not able to share that honor together with Hanzo proceeding on to the final round, the third match. Sorry, he will go on to the third representative match to face up against the winner of the next match, which is between Selangor Team Junior and Feed Me Moba. Hanzo here winning this match 2 games to 0 actually. The first game 2-1 and the second game 2-0 here. Very comfortable win for Hanzo, and he goes on and he has the right. He now has one hand on the ticket, on that last ticket to South Korea. All he needs to do is defeat the winner between Team Selangor Team Junior and Feed Me More, and he will get that final ticket. But of course, we have to see who his next opponent will be. The fourth match here of the day will be between Selangor Team Junior and Feed Me More. That will be coming in about a few moments time. We will try and invite the players as soon as possible, of course, so that all you guys can enjoy such gameplay being shown today here much faster as well. And yeah, we're going to just wait until the next game.
Yeah, we're just going to take a
Yeah.
short break. Excellent games we've had so far. We hope you'll be joining us for the last two. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second elimination match for the Malaysian brackets of the FIFA Online 3 Road to South Korea. We've already had two confirmed representatives for Team Malaysia. That is Freakazoid as well as Perlis Team Junior. Now we're on the road to find out who is the third representative to join both of these players as part of Team Malaysia to the International Grand Finals to be held at South Korea later this year. We've already had Hanzo defeating Old early on, so he will be the so-called final boss for the next winner of this match here. This last elimination match, is between Selangor Team Junior playing as a home side against Team Feed Me More on the away side. We're gonna go straight into this match. Remember, guys, the loser of this match will go home empty-handed. There is nothing more for him basically, but the winner of this match will go on to the final round to face off against Hanzo and get a chance on board that plane to South Korea and join his potential teammates Freakazoid as well as Perlis. Let's take a look at the lineups. Firstly, for Selangor Team Junior, who actually early calls for the ready sign here, it's a 4-2-2-2 formation, very wide formation in fact. It's better check in goal. Mike on the right back, David Alaba the left back, Sergio Ramos with Rio Ferdinand the centre backs for Selangor Team Junior, Paul Pogba with Esteban Cambiaso in the midfield, Ronaldinho with Ronaldo on the wings area, as well as Diego Costa partnering Fernando Torres up front. It looks like he might be using Hanzo before, but as you mentioned before, not so much as a target man, these two players, Fernando Torres and Diego Costa. But we saw in the FIFA like a standard 4-4-2 wing play kind of gameplay that we have seen Hanzo before, but as you mentioned before, not so much as a target man, these two players, Fernando Torres and Diego Costa. But we saw in the previous match, that Hanzo did not need target man to get the wing play style of football to be played effectively, basically. And all he needs is to get those driven crosses into the chest or into the feet of the two strikers, and he might even get a goal. Inside.
Right, with Cristiano Ronaldo as well. He used Cristiano Ronaldo a lot to bring in the ball to Diego Costa twice, getting goals off of them, the combination, I believe. If we can go to Feed Me More one moment.
Yeah.
You can see here, it's a lot more close, it's a lot more focused down the middle. So Selangor is going to control the wing for that very straight line offensive strategy. Ibrahimovic there as the final point man if needed.
Yeah,
see here, but Feed Me More will control the mid, going for that very straight line offensive strategy. Ibrahimovic there as the final point man if needed.
Yeah,
see here with Gerard and Matic as well, trying to control the middle. The wings are quite weak for him, especially with Selangor now taking the wing slots. I'm very curious to see who's going to come out on top in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And 4-2-1-3 is a very common formation that we've seen in FIFA Online 3. The wings is actually, they employ 3 strikers, but we've seen time and time again that the two side strikers on the left, this time is Ronaldo, and on the right side Fernando Torres, they will drag to the forward wings area and get the crosses in. But you are absolutely right, in the middle of the park, there's nobody there whatsoever. It's Fernando Torres at the one end of the wing area, and then it's the right back all the way at the other end. There's nobody in between, and Nemanja Matic as well as Steven Gerrard will have to run all over the park to cover the wing areas, in this case exploited on the left by Cristiano Ronaldo and on the right side by Ronaldinho. So this looks to be a wing play versus down the middle style of play. This is what we expect, of course, but we're gonna kick things off right now. Remember, guys, this is a best of 3. Game number 1 starts here with Selangor Team Junior attacking from left to right in the red and white of Middlesbrough. Not seen them in the Premier League for a long time now. And his opponent is Feed Me More, playing such entertaining football in a match against Team Perlis Team Junior, but in the end capitulated and not able to get the total match win over his opponent. He is playing from right to left in the orange of FC Aruca as he wins an attacking free kick just outside the box. Ronaldinho smashing the goal post, actually smashing the bar, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic is trying to barge his way through, but 3 defenders is enough to block his path. And still no goal from Ronaldinho or for Feed Me More, but he is the first with the opportunity on goal here.
And what a close opportunity it was, barely hitting the top of the bar there.
Oh!
One goal. Thought the goalkeeper's going to save that.
Yeah,
Well done to Diego Costa.
Exactly, just tipping his foot just underneath the goalkeeper, and you know, similar to you, I thought the goalkeeper was about to reach it as well, but just at the last moment, he stopped in his tracks right there and decides to dive for the ball instead. Diego Costa unerringly passes the ball into an empty net. Basically, he's 1-0 ahead for Feed Me More. But, you know, I'm sure Feed Me More will remember that, you know, he dominated the first match only to lose it in the second and third matches. So he has to keep up this form, his good form here into the second matches later on. As he goes on the attack here, Selangor Team Junior goes forward. He has scored a goal earlier on, Selangor Team Junior, and now he has an attacking corner kick on the right-hand side, taken by David Alaba, looking for a striker there. I believe that was Sergio Ramos actually inside the area, but unable to get the ball onto his head for a header there. Zlatan Ibrahimovic getting dispossessed by the defender as Selangor Team Junior goes for the attack. So far, it is Team Selangor who has gone on the offense, and here is Fernando Torres as he smashes that into out of the reach of the goalkeeper Manuel Neuer. Definitely not the Chelsea Fernando Torres here. It's the more clinical version of him, the 09 version, where he was still at Chelsea. So he was still at Liverpool, I mean, as he scores that second goal for Selangor Team Junior. And Feed Me More, having been so close in winning the match early on against Perlis, now he is down by 2 goals against Selangor Team Junior, and not even other than the Ronaldinho attempt, there's not any other opportunities going to Feed Me More. So it's been Selangor Team Junior's match throughout the entire match so far.
It certainly doesn't seem to be going his way. His offensive playstyle straight through the middle is losing out to Selangor's wing plays. Here we go, Selangor taking his time, working the space outside the box. Good try with a through pass, but not quite making it. He does take possession again, however. Selangor with the ball. He's chased by the defenders there, trying to kick it out on the defender, not quite managing it. Feed Me More now with his offensive chance again. Good passing so far, but losing it to the defender. Selangor controlling the midfield here. Deep pass there, not sure who that was going to. Feed Me More. Oh, not a foul. Feed Me More still in control. Passing. Whoops. Still in control. No, not anymore. Selangor dispossesses the ball from him, and that's the call for halftime.
Yeah, a rather messy end to the game.
A little bit. Feed Me More struggling there in the midfield.
Yeah, I think Feed Me More definitely needs better control of the ball here. He only has 40% of the possession so far in this game. 0 shots on target. You know, if you exclude that shot by the free kick by Ronaldinho there. But still, you know, Feed Me More has not shown that aggressive counter-attacking play style, that the speed that he has shown to great effect against Perlis Team Junior. We've not seen that aspect of his gameplay, you know, into work yet. But here he goes, trying to go forward inside here, trying to get a 1-2 pass inside into the box there, but you know, not able to break through the defenders there. Fernando Torres now is Ronaldinho trying to latch onto it, but Selangor Team Junior playing very well right now. String of passes really good. Through ball on the right hand side towards Ronaldinho. Will he go for a cross? He actually goes for a pass. Diego Costa passes to Fernando Torres, but the defender is able to cut it out and actually go on a counter-attack. Much better by Feed Me More as he draws that foul here. Will he go for... Oh, no, that's not the right thing to do. I'm not sure
what he was doing there.
No, I think he wanted to go for an early long cross or something, but that did not work out at all for Feed Me More. But he has a second chance right now here with Paul Pogba in the middle. Sorry, Ronaldinho in the middle, charging forward. And Fernando Torres was actually in an offside position. I'm not so sure why Fernando Torres is positioned so far on the right wing there. Offside. Not even supporting Ronaldinho as he expresses his disgust at Fernando Torres. And still 2-0 in favor for Selangor Team Junior with not a single attempt in sight by his opponent, Feed Me More. And the goalkeeper actually rushed forward to meet that. Thankfully for Feed Me More, nothing serious happened so far, but he still has to defend this cross here. Ronaldinho, beautiful shimmy back onto his right foot. The cross in, looking to Zlatan Ibrahimovic, I believe, but the defender getting ahead of him. 68 minutes have elapsed in this game. Still a bit of time to score 2 goals, of course, as Feed Me More goes forward on the right-hand flank, and he goes back to the middle. You know, that's the thing about this formation here. You're relying on the attacks down the middle, but if you're not finding space in the middle, then you don't have the opportunity to go to the wings as easily as a 4-2-2-2 formation will provide you. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Gerrard in the middle. Well tackled by the defender. Play carries on according to the referee. Zlatan Ibrahimovic tries to dance his way into the box. Unsuccessful attempt there by Zlatan as Selangor Team Junior goes on his counter attack there. Cut out by Sergio Ramos for Feed Me More. Time is running out for Feed Me More in this game here. He has to score 2 goals, at least 2 goals within the next 10 in-game minutes or so, but it doesn't seem to be happening here as Selangor Team Junior is content to slowing things down, and he is getting the interceptions right here. Here's Fernando Torres in attack. It's Diego Costa. Can he slide that in? Yes, he does. 3 goals for Selangor Team Junior in the first match here. I'm sure this will definitely end in favor of Selangor Team Junior. And already GG being called by both of the players here. Feed Me More has lost this first match, but as we've always mentioned, this is a best of 3. We've seen so many comebacks today, we've seen so many comebacks yesterday, and Feed Me More is one of those capable of getting comebacks down. But you know, but still, Selangor Team Junior playing impressively, at least in his first match. But if what we've seen today is any indication, playing impressively in the first match isn't, you know, much of a yardstick to go, because we've seen so many comebacks again here. I wouldn't be surprised if Feed Me More is able to make a comeback in the next 2 matches.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's winning the first match has certainly been no indicator of future success in the next round. So we'll have to see what Feed Me More is going to come back with. Selangor Team Junior certainly showing he's a dominating force. 3-0. Not a nice place to be. The closest I think we had was Perlis and Feed Me More going 5-1.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And you know, so far today we have had plenty of close affairs between both the players here. This one, looking at our records here so far today, this 3-0 matchup is the second most decisive match, you know, that we've had so far in this game. Like you said, Leo, the worst one was actually, again, it was Feed Me More. Actually, he lost 5-1 to Police Team Junior. And so, you know, not a great day for him so far here, having had a blistering start, you know, to the tournament today. It seems to have the energy, the electricity seems to have fizzled out for Feed Me More here as the players swap sides for the second match. Remember, this is a best of 3. We're trying to find out who is the third representative for Team Malaysia for the International Grand Finals to be held in South Korea later this year. We know that Freakazoid and Perlis Team Junior will be on board their plane to South Korea. We know that Hanzo has one hand already on that third ticket. We're trying to find out who Hanzo will have to face to get that third ticket, basically. But as it stands, it looks like it's Selangor Team Junior, and Feed Me More just not going to waste any time. He immediately calls for the ready here. He's still sticking to his 4-2-2-2. Actually, oh no, actually he switched it around. Yeah, previously he went for a 4-2-1-3 formation, and now he has switched it up for 4-2-2-2 formation. It's going to be a mirror matchup actually between both of these players. So I presume it should at least be a little bit more even this time round, Leo.
Definitely. I think Feed Me More has learnt a very harsh lesson when it comes to having some players on the wings. Hey diddle diddle straight down the middle certainly hasn't seemed to have done him any favors. Alright, let's jump into the game.
Yeah, both of the players are ready. Oh, Alexandre Lacazette, actually. Season 14 Lacazette is being brought in. You know, we mentioned earlier on that, you know, you don't need 2 target man inside, and all you need is just basically to drill the crosses inside. It looks like Feed Me More at least has decided to go for a hybrid attempt for his two strikers. Alexandre Lacazette is pretty tall actually in his own right, but he's not really known as a target man. He is, however, known for his incredible speed on the right side, and his attacking partner is Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and we know him as one of the best target men in the game. So I think this is a good balance being shown here by team Feed Me More. As you know, as we look at the lineup here, he has the option to go for a lofted cross onto the head of Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He has the option to go for a quick counter attack down the middle with Alexandre Lacazette. As we start off the second match of this best of 3 between Selangor Team Junior, who has won the first match in the BO3 convincingly, 3-0. He is on the attack right now in the red attire of Middlesbrough, while his opponent Feed Me More is one game away from being eliminated out of the tournament outright. He is playing from left to right in the yellow and blue of FC Aruka, and he has to defend this one here, and he manages to cut the ball in the midfield area.
You can see an immediate improvement in his gameplay. Having those wingmen in the midfield are absolutely changing the dynamic that he has. You can see he's able to put so much more pressure on Selangor, even coming up to the goalkeeper there. Nothing coming of it, but the fact that he's now getting these chances is what is going to change the game for him.
Absolutely astute observation there, Leo, because you're absolutely right. You know, if you're just gonna plonk so many players in the midfield there, and when your opponent is playing on the wings, who are you going to push forward to the wing area in order to neutralize those opponent wingers? You've got nobody there. So at least now this is a great defensive strategic change by Feed Me More here, as he is defending a lot more capably, a lot better compared to his first match.
Definitely a big change from the first match we saw. No goal being scored yet. Already a bit of a change. We're seeing Feed Me More now in a lot more control here in the midfield. You can see going for the lob. Oh, clearly in the open offside, however. I think there's quite a big gap as well. Yeah,
what
definitely.
A foot or two offside.
Yeah, fair few feet there. But wow, just completely different game.
Correct.
Can't wait to see how this is going to turn out.
You know, and this is the difference between, you know, so-called regular pub players who just has one strategy and one strategy alone, and the professional league players here. They have the, you know, they have the head and the tactical awareness to change it up, and, you know, not just go for the so-called try and test it out every time. Although we have seen it work before. Oh, but Feed Me More here, just waltzing into the penalty spot, and he finally gets the goal that he needs here. He's up ahead 1-0 in the 31st minute of the game. Beautiful dribbling yet again by Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Gets past one, gets past two, straight up one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and slots it past the outstretched arms of Manuel Neuer, as he buries that into goal to score his first goal of this matchup between himself and Selangor Team Junior. Remember, he needs to win this match, otherwise he will be knocked out of the tournament. Here's Selangor Team Junior, however, on the counter-attack. But great defending, like you mentioned, Leo, much better defending here by Feed Me More, because he has his players spread out all over the pitch. There's always a man in an area of the pitch there, and not everybody just concentrated in one section of the field, and that's been proving so much more decisively in his favor, swung decisively in his favor, I mean, for Team Feed Me More, and he's reaped the rewards. He's one goal up ahead.
Well, foul being given there, a bit of a rough challenge there. Selangor Team Junior seeing what he can make of it, losing the ball immediately to Feed Me More. Feed Me More, 1 minute of added time for the first half. Nice backheel pass there. Feed Me More going for the offensive move. Zlatan up, ball is lost.
But still, much more confident gameplay from Team Feed More here. Sure, the lead isn't all that wide. It's still a slim margin, only 1-0. But still, you know, seeing how the gameplay has been played out so far in this first match, you're absolutely right. Feed Me More looks to be much more in control of his own destiny right now here. He has to win this game at all costs if he's to stay in a tournament, and he has made good changes in switching out to a 4-4-2, and hopefully for his sake he manages to hold on to his win, maybe at least get a second goal here, unless Selangor Team Junior somehow, all his attacks have been neutralized, like this one for example, neutralized in the midfield, unless Selangor Team Junior can somehow find a way to get his true balls into a good attacking opportunity. Otherwise, it's Feed Me More who will bring this into a third match. As we start the second half here, Selangor Team Junior on the ball, on the attack on the right-hand wing. Gets a... Oh, there's an open header there by Didier Drogba. Beautifully crossed in from the right-hand side by Cristiano Ronaldo, deployed on the right midfield position. The curve on that, right in between the last man, the last defender, as well as the goalkeeper. So none of them went up for it. And Didier Drogba all alone inside the box. There's no way that Drogba, a player of his caliber, will miss that. And he equalized the game, 1 goal each, 1 goal apiece. I just mentioned earlier on, unless the Selangor Team Junior can somehow break through defense. And break through did it. Almost immediately after I said that. Let's see if Team Feed Me More is able to get 1 goal back here. This is an opportunity. Oh, there was a brilliant block on the line there. He has a corner kick, however. Long through ball inside. The goalkeeper decides to just palm it away. But still, it is dangerously in the half of Selangor Team Junior's defensive area here, as he calls for a timeout. What kind of changes do you think he'll be making? It's not as... he does not have as much control as he in the first game. Do you think they'll be making many drastic changes or just some slight changes here and there?
I think he may be very slightly repositioning a man or two in the midfield, but I don't think we're going to see a big change in his defensive or offensive lineup. At most, maybe a substitute or two, maybe.
Yep, there is definitely at least a substitution there being called. You can see at the top left of your screen for Team Middlesbrough, controlled by Selangor Team Junior, of course. But right now, we have an attack by Feed Me More, which was heroically defended by a lunging body by a midfielder for Selangor Team Junior. He goes on the attack right now. It's 4-on-2, however. Selangor Team Junior trying to barge his way through, but Sergio Ramos, the Spaniard, says, "No way, Jose," and he blocks that pretty much on his own. But here comes Didier Drogba, Ronaldinho, the equalizer. The left attacking midfielder for Selangor Team Junior, but he lost the ball yet again.
Oh, a poor pass there done by Feed Me More. Could have been much better. However, he still manages to keep the ball in the end.
Yeah,
he has
suddenly
to be
just
very careful.
Poor passes all around by both of these two teams.
That's a much better movement there. We're seeing Feed Me More now in more control here. Whoops. Kicks the ball off the opponent onto his own player's head.
Oh, opening here.
Certainly is very dangerous position, Selangor. He's now on the offensive. Lots of space for him. Oh, great pass.
Fantastic.
That's it.
Oh, fantastic there. Selangor Team Junior, 83rd minute of the game. He hasn't even made his substitution yet. Will Feed Me More just capitulate and give up hope? I sure hope not, because there's still a bit of time to get an equalizer. But as it stands, Selangor Team Junior never giving up. At one point of the game, he was 1-0 down with absolutely no control of the game. And now he manages to get his second goal here. We might see our second 2 games only matchup here if Selangor Team Junior is able to stay his ground. Ronaldinho Eto'o goes off. Bale Ibrahimovic goes on. Let's just start back here. 84 minutes have elapsed. There's still, of course, time for Feed Me More to score an equalizer here. Maybe from this attack. Not yet, it seems. And Selangor Team Junior goes ahead for a counter-attack. Well defended there. But
poor
pass. Again, yes, exactly. Feed Me More. Poor passes from him, especially in the second half.
Started off looking so well. He was making the passes. He had the control of the midfield. But he just seems to have kind of lost the plot when we've gone into the second half, or the end of the second half now, with 1 minute of added time.
Yeah, 1 minute of added time, and it's Selangor Team Junior who has control of the ball. Again, there was an open man at the far end. Let's see if there is enough time. Not enough time. GG being called out here. Team Feed Me More, try as he might. He had such a wonderful start to the entire tournament here, but just fizzled out. I'm not so sure if he's tired or something, but to make it as a competitive gamer, you need to have not only the skills but the stamina to last the marathon. Sadly for him, does not seem to be able to keep that electricity that he has had in the first game alive for the rest of his matches. But still, at least he has shown his potential. This is his first, well, I believe this is his first. Foray into the competitive scene. So if this is any indication of the future, we might be seeing a gem in the rough here, a diamond in the rough. However, in this tournament, he has been knocked out. Selangor Team Junior will proceed on to the next round. He will face Hanzo, and only one of them will join Freakazoid as well as Perlis Team Junior on that plane to South Korea to represent Team Malaysia in the International Grand Finals later this year.
Quite right. I imagine who announced Freakazoid and Perlis Team Junior are looking very much forward to it, knowing that their places are totally secured. I imagine they're going to feel the need to practice going up against competitors who are just as good, if not better, than they are.
Yep, that's right. You know, looking at how the local scene, the international scene is at right now, Malaysia is not doing all that well, but hopefully, you know, they have improved by leaps and bounds, you know, over the years here. Hopefully, with these 3 players here, you know, Team Malaysia will stand a far better chance. But still, we need to find out who that third player. But before we go into that third match, we have, of course, codes to be given out to you. You know, we have a 06 pack, a world's best 100 pack, as well as a world 100 pack as well. And the codes are being prepared right now here. Head on down to coupon.fo3.garena.com and enter that code you see at the bottom of your screen here. It'll only be up for 5 minutes. And you know, for the sake of the people who can't really see the code down there, maybe it's a little bit blurry. Let's read out to you. It's MRQNF KEYGID 40YUK. So make sure you head on down to coupon.fo3.garena.com, hit that coupon inside, and you will go home with a free item courtesy of Garena. And of course, guys, do stick around. Time check now, 7:07 p.m. We will start our next match, our final match of the day. In fact, it is between Hanzo and Selangor Team Junior. One player will board the plane, joining Freakazoid and Perlis to South Korea, representing Malaysia. Another player will go home with nothing but, I don't know, regret.
Regret.
Yeah,
it's very
basically
sad to lose out. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Fantasy Cup Road to Korea. Today we're playing our Malaysian games, finding out who will be on the Malaysian team today. The final game for the final slot is between Selangor and Hanzo. Great games we've seen them playing today, and now they're vying for the last seat. Now we're going to be jumping straight in, seeing the lineups that our two players have created.
Yep, that's right, and it is Hanzo against Team Selangor Team Junior, of course. You know, both of them got knocked out of the winner's bracket by Freakazoid and Perlis team. Oh, sorry, Freakazoid as well as Feed Me More actually early on. But say Hanzo got knocked into the losers bracket due to Freakazoid. He defeated Old, and now he's here. Selangor Team Junior started out as a losers bracket, but he managed to defeat Feed Me More in 2 games, and now he's here. Each of them have one hand on that final ticket to South Korea. Now they're gonna wrestle the ticket out of the other person's hand. Who will be the victor here? There's only one victor. Selangor Team Junior is ready, and he's going for a 4-4-2 formation that has worked really well for him against Team Feed Me More, whereas Hanzo will be going for his tried and trusted 4-1-3-2 formation. But of course, Hanzo also has his own version of the 4-2-2-2 formation in his disposal if he needs to.
Well, definitely looking at Hanzo's, you can see he's actually brought his offensive players back a bit. Ronaldinho coming down on the left, Ibrahimovic and Costa kind of in a normal position. But you can see he's really spread out his midfield quite a lot. Toure in the middle with Cristiano Ronaldo on the midfield as well, quite surprising. Selangor, however, you can see here Cristiano Ronaldo, Bale coming in place of Drogba, I believe. Keeping his defense quite the same, a straight line on the first 4, Neuer in goal as always. I'll be interested to see how Hanzo and Langor's midfield split up. Hanzo a lot more spread out, I would say, in the midfield, while Selangor Team Junior is a lot more on the wing focused. So we'll have to see how each is going to break through the other's midfield power.
Yeah, that's right. You know, but still, Hanzo's formation, his 4-1-3-2, does allow him some form of control on the wings as well. Because, like you mentioned earlier on, he has the right midfielder, he has the left attacking winger as well in the form of Ronaldinho. And we have seen in the previous match, Hanzo against O, where he used a 4-1-3-2, but he utilized the wings so efficiently. It was Cristiano Ronaldo on the left-hand flank, however, getting those driven crosses into the path of the striker, and that's made scored really well in favor of Hanzo. But we're going to kick things off here. Remember, this is a best of 3 as well. This is the first game of the best of 3 between Hanzo on the attack right now on the right hand side, playing from left to right in the red of Arsenal, against Selangor Team Junior defending right now. He has to defend this cross, a dangerous cross. The header goes back inside, but Selangor Team Junior finally breaks away with Michael Essien laying it forward to Zlatan Ibrahimovic up against Rio Ferdinand. And Ferdinand for Hanzo's team is able to get ahead of Ibrahimovic. Controlled by Selangor Team Junior, who's playing from right to left in the away green kit, dark green kit of Middlesbrough FC. And remember, guys, this is the final match of the day. We've already found 2 of Malaysia's representatives in the upcoming South Korean International Grand Finals. It's going to be Freakazoid and Perlis Team Junior. Will Perlis' good friend Selangor Team Junior join him on the plane? It's Hanzo, however, trying to get the lead, and yes, he does. He gets the early lead here, 15 minutes into game number 1 for the final match of the day, and Hanzo has taken the lead here. The former team captain of Team Malaysia showing that he is not a pushover here and getting that first goal, courtesy of long lofted through ball into the path of Diego Costa, who finishes it calmly and truly into the goal past the outstretched arms of the keeper. 1-0 ahead for Hanzo.
Certainly a nice place to be in the first match. Always feeling very confident with that cross there. A lot of defenders, however, not able to get it in. Hanzo, definitely his midfield seems to be working for him. Selangor hasn't really had a good opportunity on his goal yet. That being said, he's in a great chance now. Unfortunately, lost to the defenders. Hanzo now with the possession, obviously trying to go for a second goal, not willing to give a single chance to Selangor Team Junior, and with only a 1-goal lead, it's nothing to take for granted.
Yeah, Hanzo on the attack on the right-hand flank right now. Maicon, the right back, providing some support to his right attacking midfielder. Here's Michael Essien in the middle. Back to Yaya Toure. Diego Costa. Back to Yaya Toure. Good string of passes here. Diego Costa in some space. Still Diego Costa. Back to Zlatan Ibrahimovic. A little bit underhit there. And the goalkeeper managing to collect that ball in his arms there, Manuel Neuer. Here's a counter-attack by Selangor Team Junior on the left-hand side by Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Only one player in front of him, however. But Michael Essien, great defending by him. Passes the ball back to the keeper who sprays it to his left side. And Hanzo has control of the ball yet again. Very good defending right now here by Hanzo. I do not think that Selangor Team Junior has had many chances, if any, against Hanzo's goal area here, as he has to do defending. And Hanzo just passes the ball calmly backwards. He doesn't see an opportunity on the on the left hand side, so he sprays it back and distributes it to the other end of the field. Diego Costa, however, loses the ball to Selangor Team Junior, who goes on the counter attack here. Onside Zlatan Ibrahimovic. There's somebody inside the middle there. Can he get it to Diego Costa? But the ball too close to Manuel Neuer, who just shoves the ball all the way almost to the other half of the pitch. But as it stands here, 1-0 in favor for Hanzo. 68% possession, almost 70% possession actually for Hanzo. So he has complete control of the game. But you know, early on today, Hanzo has had complete control of the game against Freakazoid, and he just lost that totally, 2-1. So too early to call this, of course. Only 1 goal stands in between both of these two players here. And any mistake by Hanzo, so far Hanzo has been doing well defensively, but of course any mistake by him will definitely be pounced upon by Selangor as he goes and starts this second half in attack, playing from left to right in the green. Oh, there was one
good
mistake.
Opportunity, a bit of a waste there. The defender making a mistake, leaving him with lots of space. Seemed to have rushed the shot.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, all he needs is just one mistake. However, Selangor Team Junior is unable to capitalize on that one.
Hanzo still in control of the ball when we're coming on the offensive here. Seems Selangor Team Junior unable to take the ball from him at the moment. Hanzo waiting for the right time to make a good pass. Good ball movement here so far. Whoa, not sure where that was going to.
Not so sure if that's a shot across. Looks more like a cross, however, but none of the strikers actually attempted to even jump for the ball. And now he goes for a goal kick. Selangor Team Junior on the ball here. Both of these two players not going for the lightning quick attacks of some of their previous opponents. Playing it calm, playing it coolly, spreading it around the field here. Selangor Team Junior still looking for the equalizer goal. The early goal scored by Hanzo. Bit of danger Hanzo is in right now. Selangor Team Junior goes for a shot, well blocked. Michael Essien, the central defensive midfielder, helping out the defense for Hanzo. Cambiaso brings the ball forward here. Yaya Toure spins, still manages to keep the ball. Hanzo control the ball, space on the left hand side. Does he spot the player? Cambiaso spots the player but passes it awkwardly into the path of a defender. Here comes Hanzo again after the good tackle in midfield.
Great lob to Christian. Oh, is that Cristiano Ronaldo? It is indeed a good lob inside.
Oh,
a dangerous position there.
not the best of places to call for a pause right now, because the ball is going into the path of Yaya Toure, and we know what he can do with long range shots. Oh, here's Michael Essien actually, not Toure. My apologies, but he passes it back to Ronaldinho. Substitution being called here by Selangor Team Junior, as you can see at the top left of your screen. Ronaldo, beautiful cross! Oh!
And it's into the back of the net. That is 2-0 for Hanzo. Again, we're seeing him doing great cross with Cristiano Ronaldo lobbing it in. Zlatan or Diego Costa taking the header or the kick.
Triple substitution in response. Eto, Torres, Jogba comes in. A complete overhaul of the forward lineup for Selangor Teams Junior. He absolutely needs to score at least one goal here in order to stay alive in this matchup. But of course, it's not all game over for him. Even if he loses this match, it is a best of 3, so he still has another chance later in that second game. But surely a goal will do wonders to his ego as well as confidence here. He needs to score one goal, but well defended by Hanzo. Is defending really well here. It's a 4-on-3 opportunity here. Zlatan Ibrahimovic laying it right side. Ronaldo, will he go for a cross? Yes, he does. Onto the path of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who's unable to direct it into goal. Goes onto the wrong side of the post, and Ibrahimovic, surely a finish here. It's 3-0. A mistake by the goalkeeper.
A terrible mistake by the goalkeeper there. I think that's game right there. That mistake cost him big time.
Yeah, it totally erases any hope of him getting a comeback victory. Even though not much time is remaining, but there's always that sliver of hope. No such thing for Selangor Team Junior right now, and he has to look forward to his next games in order to, stay in the tournament basically. Oh, they shot in on the line!
What a save on the line. Fantastic effort by Hanzo there. Not willing to concede a single goal here, despite it being the end of the second half.
Goodness me, immediately after his shot got saved off the line, he just types out GG. If even that can't go in, that's what can I do to score here? But the first game ends 3-0 in favor of Hanzo. One of them, of course, being a huge defensive blunder by the goalkeeper of Selangor Team Junior. But still, it's not game over, of course. Nowhere near game over yet. But so far, we've seen 2 comeback victories. We've seen 2 victories in space of 2 games, basically, where they only needed 2 games instead of a third match. So I'm not so sure what we're going to see up next year. If Hanzo is able to keep this run of form intact, he will score himself that ticket to South Korea, joining his former teammate Perlis Team Junior as well as Freakazoid. But we need to go over to the second match as quickly as possible, because both of these players, surely they can't wait to go straight into the next match. Of course, they have to switch sides first before that. But in terms of gameplay, Leo, I think Hanzo has a complete control of that game. I think it seems that he has learned from the mistakes of his first match against Freakazoid. After he got the first goal or the second goal, he decides to play a little bit safe and not go much for the huge attack. His third goal came after a blunder from Selangor Team Junior. Otherwise, he seemed pretty content with holding back, with a 2-0 victory, because he knows what's at stake here. He's just one step away, one win away from, scoring that trip to South Korea. And I'm pretty sure that he'll be playing a little bit more conservatively compared to his matchups with Freakazoid early on. That being said, Selangor Team Junior knows that he has nothing to lose at this point of time. He will surely go all out attack. And
this is definitely his all or nothing moment here in the second round. Hanzo showing a very dominating performance so far. I suspect we're going to see some drastic changes from Selangor, if not at the start, nearing the end of the second half.
It seems that Selangor Team Junior has gone away with the 4-4-2 formation. He has gone with a standard 4-2-1-3 formation that we've seen time and time again, against the 4-1-3-2 of Hanzo here. But if my memory serves me right, whenever there's a matchup between 4-2-1-3 and 4-1-3-2, somehow it's almost always a 4-1-3-2 person who goes away with the win. Selangor Team Junior, declares he's ready. Hanzo declares he's ready. This could possibly be the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, provided Hanzo wins this. But of course, Selangor Team Junior will want to win this as well, because if not, he goes home with absolutely nothing in his hands. And what's at stake here is the honor, not only the ticket to go and enjoy yourself in South Korea, but the honor to calling yourself one of the best 3 FIFA Online 3 players in the entire country of Malaysia. And a vast majority of the players in the local scene between Singapore and Malaysia are from Malaysia, of course. So huge numbers from the Malaysian fan base, and to be known as one of the top 3 players in the country is no small matter, of course. And Selangor Team Junior will definitely be looking to get that comeback win in his favor. Selangor Team Junior will start the game off. Playing from left to right, it is Selangor Team Junior in the red and white of Middlesbrough. And his opponents with one game in hand, a 3-0 win in the first match. It is Hanzo defending from right to left in the yellow away kit of Arsenal. Selangor Team Junior trying to barge his way inside. David Luiz, however, stopping the ball before he can get any damage done to Hanzo. But Hanzo's clearance out. Well intercepted. Esteban Cambiaso.
Oh, that's an injury.
That's an injury, but I think it's a minor injury that Zlatan Ibrahimovic will be able to shake off after a few minutes. So it's not, you do not have to, you're not forced to switch him off, however. I believe Ibrahimovic is okay right now. But there was a scary moment, of course, for Hanzo, because he's relying on Zlatan Ibrahimovic to get the goals, of course.
Hanzo now pressuring on the wings, coming down to the midfield here. Hanzo on Ibrahimovic. Passing down, he's got a lot of defenders in front of him. He's going to have to try and make some space. Oh! Right off the post, inside the 18-yard line.
Goodness me. Ronaldinho. The skill. He just caresses the ball past the post. Bounces off the post, actually. Into the goal area. 1 goal ahead for Hanzo. All he needed was to hold on to this victory here, and he has that 1 goal advantage. Selangor Team Junior now just forcing his players forward. Esteban Cambiaso caught in a dangerous position, caught out the left back there for Selangor Team Junior, and everything's just going haywire for Selangor Team Junior. Ronaldinho now for Hanzo. Has the possession, has the lead, has the time in his hands. Maicon on the right hand side. Again, Cambiaso getting drawn out of position at the left back position. Diego Costa now for Selangor Team Junior. Can they get a counter attack done? 4-on-3, however. Brilliant defending by Hanzo. Controlling David Luiz effectively and getting the interception done, the good tackle done. Maicon right now for Hanzo. Will he be able to get a cross in? It's Francesco Totti. El Capitan of AS Roma is getting tackled by Ronaldinho, the Brazilian legend, but he loses the ball as a result of that due to a foul. Ronaldinho now. Back to Francesco Totti. Nemanja Matic on his left foot will go for a cross. He goes for a short pass, however, not powerful enough to reach his intended target. Counter attack right now down the middle. Selangor Team Junior. Options to his left and right. Oh, brilliant through ball! Brilliant! Oh, another brilliant save by the goalkeeper. Fantastic. Maybe he have gone for the lob shot. A chip over the goalkeeper could have resulted in a goal, but he chose to just try and power it underneath the goalkeeper. But goalkeeper did brilliantly well. That's the 3rd time in a row that Esteban Cambiaso has lost the left back battle there with the right midfielder. Ronaldinho on the left hand side lays it forward. Diego Costa hounded by 2 defenders. Hanzo right now, second time!
Second shot. Ronaldinho absolutely making the goals for him where he needs it.
Oh, and here's a fantastic angle to view this replay here. Curls it twice in a row, 2 attempts, 2 on target, 2 goals for the number 10, Ronaldinho Gaucho. And he is running rampant here, Hanzo. Total aggregate score of 5 goals to 0. Selangor Team Junior has had nothing in his arsenal. He has that 1 attempt early on, the 1-on the goalkeeper, but that was a wasted opportunity. 66% possession in favor of Hanzo. 2 shots on target, and those 2 shots were absolutely beautiful shots by Ronaldinho. And he has the lead. He has the game in his hands. All he has to do now, play conservatively, play safely, maybe a few more beautiful shots just like that, and he is on the plane to South Korea to join Perlis Team Junior as well as Fikazoid.
It's certainly been a great game so far, favoring Hanzo a lot. Selangor Team Junior doing his best to try and catch up.
Yeah, remember guys, this is a best of 3 match. However, Hanzo did win that first match in this BO3, 3 goals to 0. And if he keeps the scoreline the same way as it is right now, We do not have to go to a third match. It will be Hanzo who will win that third ticket here. And still, Selangor Team Junior has to defend. Finally calls for a timeout. Finally calls for some modicum of changes because he absolutely has no control over the ball here. Hanzo is just playing around with Selangor Team Junior, toying around with his food basically. As Selangor Team Junior calls for a substitution. Perhaps not only a substitution but a formational change because
Oh, losing the ball for nothing there. Could have done a lot better with that. He had a lot of space ahead on the right.
oh goodness me.
Hanzo deciding.
But he
that
can't
they
afford
need
to
throw
do
in.
that. He can afford to do that. He has 2 goals up. Diego Costa and Ronaldo in. Out. I mean, Fernando Torres and Joba in.
An interesting choice.
Getting, 2 of the best players in FIFA Online 3 out is an interesting choice in it. But, well, maybe he feels a little bit fed up with how those 2 players are playing. That's why he calls for a substitution. We can't really know, but let's hope that we can see a better gameplay here by Selangor Team Junior. But still, right now, Zlatan Ibrahimovic thinks that
I don't
he
think
can
that was going to
Zlatan
go
it, but no.
anywhere but the goalkeeper there. It was a bit too close. Oh, good pass there by Selangor Team Junior. Some good ball movement. This could be his chance. Unfortunate. Hanzo happy to waste a bit of time here. 67 minutes.
David Luiz have been performing incredibly well. Absolutely fantastic defensive performance by David Luiz. Time and time again this match he has brought in the important last minute tackles and interceptions. Probably one of the choices for man of the match by Hanzo as he goes forward trying to find a third goal. Slowly, however, not willing to give up his defensive structure. There goes David Luiz again. A little bit of a weak. Oh, dear.
Ooh, that could have gone badly.
Goodness me. Imagine 2 goals down, a sliding chance on the goalkeeper getting a red card. That'll be game over immediately for Selangor Team Junior. But if he doesn't score a goal, if he doesn't score at least 1 goal, it's definitely game over for him. Good shimmy there by Ronaldinho. Still, he tries to pass it down the middle.
He's just not making the right passes when it comes to the 16-yard line. It's really hurting him. At the moment, I don't think changing the club settings is going to change it. He needs to make an own active decision to change the way he's playing his offense.
You're absolutely right. His choices, when he gets into the good position, but the choices that he makes, however, it's been failing him so far the past 2 matches. Arguably the past 3 matches here. But Selangor Team Junior, time is running out for him. He needs to score at least 2 goals to just stay in this tournament. 81 minutes have elapsed. And Team Arsenal, controlled by Hanzo, actually calls for a substitution here. Maybe even call out for more defenders to help out in the defensive structure for Hanzo. Selangor here, however, goes forward, tries to get past the defender using a skill move. Again, a wrong choice. There was a person open in front. Finally, Selangor Team Junior manages to get the ball moving in a forward direction. Tries the true ball.
Poor pass. No one there. Zlatan is great, but he's not Superman.
Yeah, exactly. There was an open Ronaldinho on the left-hand side, but chooses to pass down right to the middle. Again, like what you call, Leo, is the choices that he has made that has failed him. And hopefully maybe in the future we'll see better gameplay for him. But good game, well played. We have our 3rd representative, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hanzo with this 2-0 win over Selangor Team Junior. Total aggregate score of 5-0. And there you have it. We have your 3 champions here. It's Freakazoid, it's Perlis Team Junior, it's Hanzo. 2 out of the 3 representatives from the previous tournament, the Vietnam tournament, have survived into this stage here. Freakazoid actually beating Hanzo, the former captain of Team Malaysia, for the grand finals held in Vietnam. Now, I'm not so sure he will be declared as the team captain anymore since he was knocked into the lowest bracket, but still, at least you have your top 3 players, Malaysia. It is Freakazoid, it's Perlis, it's Hanzo. It's been a great tournament. It's been a really entertaining tournament. I've had fun myself here, Leo. I don't know about you, but I think this was one of the better tournaments that I've casted so far, especially the first few matches between Hanzo and Freakazoid, as well as Perlis and Feed Me More.
Definitely the Hanzo Freakazoid match was definitely one to watch. I really enjoyed casting that. Perlis and Feed Me More, I definitely felt for Feed Me More on that 5-1. Who wouldn't feel upset losing that? But he definitely made a good effort, but unfortunately couldn't come back. Feed Me More losing to Selangor Team Junior, and Selangor Team Junior then losing to Hanzo himself. However, we've seen some really great games and some surprises. Old losing to Hanzo. They're both playing well together. I personally would have favored Old, but Hanzo showing us why he was the better player. And indeed coming through all the way to land the 3rd slot on the Malaysian team to South Korea.
Yep, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. So there we have it. Is the end of the tournament for us over here. Now, of course, the time we've been waiting for the code itself. Now, we understand that there was a bit of a technical error with the previous code here, but we did show the code in the end. Hopefully, you guys can see the code right now at the bottom of your screen. Head on down to coupon.fo3.garena.com and enter this code inside, which will only be valid for the next 5 minutes or so. It's MRQXM RW54 CVAS for 00, I believe. Yes, 40, not 00400. The zeros will have that slash inside it. Yep. So head on down to coupon.fo3.garena.com, grab yourself some free items, and hopefully you'll get some really good players inside. And I believe today is all player pack, so hopefully you guys win yourself a really good player pack. It's free after all, you know, even if you don't win good players, you can just sell out for a bit more gold as well. But for myself here, I think, yeah, that's about it for us here. It's been a pleasure to cast with you, Leo.
Today.
Yeah, and I'm Evil Sword. He's Leo. Hopefully we see you guys next time for the next tournament. Stick on around, guys, at fo3.garena.com. We'll see you guys next time. Have a good weekend, guys.
Thanks for watching.